Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
go. Hey, John, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome, everybody. Before we start today's committee meeting, this is always a wonderful event. And my name is Tim Tierney. I'm the City Councilor in Beacon Hill, Searville, and Chair of the Transportation Committee. Before we begin, I'm pleased to present the awards to the winners of the 2023 Bruce Timmerman Cycling Awards. Today's presentation is extra special as it's the first time we're doing this presentation in person since the pandemic had begun. Today's presentation will also have some special happenings during Let's Bike Month, a month celebrating and hosting by our partners at the Enviro Center. So thank you for that. It's been a great month celebrating cycling in Ottawa through events, workshops, and promotions. As chair, I have firsthand advancement of active transportation in our city over the years. In 2013, Transportation Master Plan, the tireless work of Zlatko, who recently retired, laid a solid foundation for the city's cycling facilities and programs. Because of that, the city is innovating and recognizing as world leaders in this area, including award-winning protected intersection design guidelines. This is important work, especially as we consider the future of our city and the resiliency to climate change, thanks to Zlatko. Our city is positioned to continue to grow and advance our active transportation network and programs. I'm looking forward to the bright future of active transportation in our city and the good hands that we're in with VVG and her team in the Transportation Planning Group, including Deborah Lightman. Thank you, Deborah. Give a wave. There we go. And who's taken over for Zlatko. Deb is dedicated, and I'm confident that we're going to continue to see the great work and leadership that we have within this city. Deborah is an active cyclist and has worked at the transportation planning since 2019. Prior to her new role, Deborah expertly shepherded Transportation Master Plan Part 1, which unanimously was supported by Council in April. Now Deb has the exciting responsibility of implementing active transportation projects lists. Deb, is great to see her here today, and we look forward to the next chapter. Now on to the important stuff, on to the awards. I'd like to share some background on the Bruce Timmerman Awards. Bruce Timmerman was the champion of cycling in Ottawa and worked hard to promote safe cycling in our city. Bruce founded the group that is now known as Bike Ottawa, was the director of the Ottawa Bike Club, and taught bike maintenance and safety courses within the city. Since his passing in 1998, Bruce Timmerman Cycling Awards have continuously been a legacy and a passion for cycling by recognize his contributions by individuals and organizations within this city. Members of the public invited to nominate people or groups who best represent the spirit of Bruce's work. I'd also like to thank the members of the Bruce Timmerman family who are with us here today. Michael, Bruce's nephew, is joining us virtually today. Hi, Michael. Now I will get on to the award individual winners. The 2023 individual winner of the Bruce Timmerman Cycling Award is Angela Gay. Angela is the first non-binary ambassador for the Solomon Multi-Sport Event Series, which is the purpose of encouraging more women and gender non-conforming folks in traditional male-dominated bike races and athletics. Angela donates her time and skills to local groups such as the Log Drivers Waltz, oh, that's cool, bike packing route in Ottawa. They're always work together to improve the maps for our community participants and support the administrative volunteers that help run the race. Angela is an avid biker who previously ran a queer sliding scale bike repair company. While there's no longer provide these services to the public en masse, they're a pillar in the community and the bike repair expert, always ready and willing with tools, teaching, and tune-ups. They frequently explore the map, Ottawa bike routes for themselves using Strava and advocate for better bike infrastructure through their support. Both the donations and volunteer labor for local politicians who push for better bike infrastructure in Ottawa. They're also active and encouraging to participate in the newly founded Queer Bike Club in Ottawa. where they lend their signatures of encouragement and expertise to understand the sector of bikers. I'd like to invite the Enviro Center representative to join me up here at the podium to present the award. Angela, thank you for everything that you do. What makes sense? Now I'm pleased to announce the organizational winner for the 2023 Bruce Timmerman Cycling Awards, Recycles, represented by John Gibson, who is joining us. Well, you're not virtual, you're here in person today, John, so thanks for coming out. Recycles is a non-for-profit community bike shop founded in 1996 on the principle that our limited natural resources should be used wisely. The goal of Recycles includes putting more bicycles on the road by providing affordable refurbished bikes in the community, providing low-cost DIY access to fully equipped bike repair shops, including skilled coaches, reducing materials going into landfills, recycling bikes and bike parts, promoting a healthier environment and lifestyle, providing a safe space for like-minded bike enthusiasts to meet and exchange ideas, support skills and building volunteers tailored for activities of diverse populations. Recycles has logged almost 50,000 volunteer hours in the past 20 years and over 71,000 clients, and processes more than 13,000 bikes. They now handle about 1,000 bikes a year. Recycle also maintains active linkages with a variety of community organizations to support the Ottawa Community Housing Foundation for the Hop On Bike program, which was delivered more than 300 bikes in the past 3 years. They also work very closely with organizations like Velo Vanier, Cycle Salvation, Recycle Floor, and helping with furniture and helping with bikes. I'd like to invite Councillor Troster, representing Recycles Award, and the Enviro Center representative to join me at the podium. Of a footnote, John, you're my favorite constituent, so there you go. So thank you. Come on up here. Here, we're going to stand in front of the podium. Especially at the Daniel, and that was terrific. Again, congratulations to all the winners, and thank you to the Enviro Center for their coordination of the Bruce Timmerman Awards. Let's have a great bike month. This concludes this part of the awards. But before we leave the podium, where I've been butchering the speech the whole time, I'm just going to quickly slip over to something else that's taking place. Chris Brinkman. Is Chris in the audience? There he is right there. Give a wave, Chris. Chris is retiring, and I just want to point out, I was at a traffic organizational event last week. Chris is loved. He's been with the organization when the regional municipality formed in 1988 in the transportation department. In 1995, he moved over to the position as the traffic signal engineer at 175 Loretta at the operations branch. He was supposed to be a one-year job, but he's never left us. In 2009, he became the manager of the traffic operations branch, where he successfully managed the city's traffic operations branch since that time. His last day at the city will be June 27th, the exact day 35 years ago he started here at the city. Some of his great accomplishments, he played a significant role in making audible, accessible signals a standard item in the traffic signals to have 100% of the 1,205 signalized intersections in Ottawa connected to our traffic control center, which just allows us to monitor and adjust the signal timings in real time. Always a proponent of completing the maintenance as a top priority under his leadership, deployed service areas, electronic maintenance standards, which in 2014 going from paper to paperless, which increased and streamlined operations, increasing efficiencies. He led the shift to the new paint alternatives in response to Environment Canada's new regulations that were pushed out and helped us paint up those roads. He led the city's deployment of the red light camera starting in 2000. Longtime representative of the City Transportation Association of Canada and was the city's representative of the Chief Engineers panel. At this point, I'd just like to have Chris come up here and let's give him a round of applause and thank him for his service.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. There's another recognition. I'm not going to say the General Manager for Public Works. Another recognition I wanted to do today is for Carol Hall. Carol Hall, if you can kind of raise your hand. Carol has been part of our Associate Director program at the city. It's basically a one-year development program that we provide to our leaders. Carol joined us a year ago from Infrastructure and Water Services. With really very limited to no experience in traffic services. But it's impressive, basically, the amount of growth that she's seen in her role with traffic services, assuming the associate director role under the leadership of Philip Landry. So this is actually Carol's last transportation committee meeting that she's going to be attending before she goes back to our home base in infrastructure and water. And I just wanted to take the opportunity to recognize basically the leadership that she's brought and really the support to the whole team, including Public Works. So a big round of applause for Carol, and thank you.
All right, on to the meeting. All right, good morning, everybody. We're here on the unceded territory of the Anishinaabe people. But before we proceed, we're going to do a quick roll call to ensure we have quorum. Madam Coordinator.
Councillor Lula.
As present as I can be with two sick toddlers at home, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Judas. Councillor Gower.
Here.
Councillor Johnson.
Here.
Councillor Devine.
Here.
Councillor Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor DeRuse.
Here.
Councillor DeRoche.
Here.
Counselor Lowe,
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts, and Chair Tierney.
Present.
Chair, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. All right, so let's get underway here. We have no declarations of interest. Confirmation of the minutes, March 23rd and also April 27th. Are these minutes confirmed? Thank you. Response to inquiries. I see none here. We do have we have one for Councillor DeRose about the Processing Center of Automated Speed Enforcement. 5.2 traffic services, future storm preparations. There's no delegations, there's no correspondence. If this is acceptable to the committee, is this carried? Number 6, we do have a presentation from the Ministry of Transportation, 416 Barnsdale Road interchange. So we're going to go back to that later on. Item number 7, the Coventry Road widening, Belfast to Saint Laurent Boulevard, environmental assessment study, statement of work. There's no staff presentation, one written submission in support. I see the local councillor is here. If there's no need to hold this item, can this item be carried? Okay. Thank you. 7.2 amendments to the use and care of roads bylaw. We do have quite the list of people and delegations, 17 coming out today, so we will hold that item. The temporary traffic calming measures program update. We have no presentations, no delegations, and no correspondence received. Is this item carried? Delegated authority for the installation of always stop controls associated with in-service road safety review and installation of always stop controls at 8 Line Road and Parkway Road. Again, there's no delegations, no delegations, no presentation, and one written submission. And I believe the submission was in support of, correct? So if this item is acceptable, is this item carried? 8.3 parking services 2022 annual report. There is no delegations and no correspondence, but we do have a presentation by staff if people feel it's necessary. Do we have any delegations on that item? No delegations. Okay, just want to make sure last minute. If anyone wanted to have a presentation, speak now or forever hold your peace. That being said, if we're good with that, is this item carried? Item number 9, we have councillor items. My understanding, and I see Councillor DeRose is online. My understanding is item 9.1 is being sent back to staff for more discussion and work. Would that be correct, Councillor DeRose?
Yeah, the left turn on Mitch Owens, I still need to do some work with Ottawa Police and our staff, Mr. Chair. I like to push it for another meeting.
Excellent. So 9.1 is now removed from the agenda. On item 9.2, Councillor DeRose always stop control intersection of Shauna Crescent, Evening Shadow Avenue, and Ashley Cardell Lane. We do have one delegation, Mark Sauvé. Mark Sauvé, if my colleagues around the table are in support, and maybe we'll have to bring Mark in.
I think
only. Well, we have a supporting letter from Mark Sauvé in regard to this. So if there's no need to hold this item, is this item carried?
Carried, Mr. Chair.
Chair, I just want clarity because I had a different conversation. Is 9.1 no longer on the agenda?
That's correct.
9.3.
9.2 still, okay, all right.
9.3.
I'm fine with carrying 9.2.
Wonderful, thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, just a clarification, 9.1 and 9.2 are in the agenda. 9.3 is not in the agenda.
Yeah, 9.1 and 9.2 are still on the agenda, I think.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, it's hard to hear you, George. I apologize. So
Sorry about that. So 9.1 and 9.2 are on the agenda. 9.3, Councillor Devine is right. The 9.3 is the Mitch Owens that we're pulling for another time.
Okay. Okay, so let's redo this real quickly. So 9.1, the all-way protected permit left turn signal at the intersection of Bank and Mitch Owens. We have one written submission from Mark Sove in support. If councillors are good with 9.1, is this item carried?
I'd like to hold 9.1 and or 9.2 for a quick discussion. Or if that's not, if most people are willing to carry it, then I'll carry it, but I'd register my dissent on it.
So if we're good with that, we'll just register the dissent. Is that fine?
Yes.
Okay. And on 9.2, we'll just do it again to make sure we got this down. Do you also register dissent on 9.2?
If it's not to be discussed, then yes, that's, yeah.
Okay. So is that item carried? Noting the dissent of Councillor Devine. Great. I know Riley's in a rush here, so I'm trying to get to this one as fast as I can. We actually have 9.4, Councillor Brockington on-street parking removal at Hunt Club. There's no delegations, there's no correspondence. Is this item carried? Great, thank you. 9.5, Councillor Brockington Community Safety Zone in River Ward. We don't have any delegations, no correspondence. Is this item carried? We do have a motion from Councillor Menard, a report on the bike share program. And is Councillor Menard online or in the room? I'm trying to see him here. Don't see him. So on this one, there are four people, four delegations here to speak. So we're going to hold this item and come back to this one because I think it's only appropriate to have Councillor Menard here as well. And I want to thank him because he's worked with staff to modify the wording that is now acceptable. On that, I think we'll go. Okay, on to item 6.1. We do have a presentation.
Hi, Chair. Sorry, I'm late. Just was in an alternative meeting about the Panda game with the universities.
Oh, great. Thanks, Councillor Menard. Well, maybe on that note, then we do have four delegations that wanted to speak, and I think you probably know who they are. I believe they're all in support of the bike share. Maybe we can ask these individuals if this item carries. And as I mentioned, we had a great conversation. You've worked with staff to get the appropriate wording. Maybe we can check with the delegations if they see the need to speak, if we simply carry the item or not. Is Neil Smarmutsu online? Hey, Neil.
Yes, I'm right here.
Great. Do you feel a need to speak and hold this item if this report is carried?
That would be fine. I did prepare a presentation. I'd be happy to share that with the committee. It's fairly self-explanatory, and yeah, if that's possible, that would work well for me.
Absolutely, we can circulate that for sure. Great. The next delegation is Derek Simpson from the Centertown Community Association. Derek, I'm not sure if you're coming in the room here, but oh, in real life. All right, great. Yeah, let's just do it real briefly here because we have our right of way. We do have a very a large agenda today with 17 delegations. So I want to make sure people can get home by dinner time.
So I'm with the Centertown Community Association. Our 2 points would be that it be publicly funded, not cost neutral, and that the process be expedited. For us, 2025 is too slow.
Great. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Seeing no hands, I'll move to Elise McCann and from Enviro Center. If we're good with this report, are you happy to carry it or do you wish to speak today? What are we doing? And Mr. Dave Roberts, the VP of Bike Ottawa. Is Dave in the room today or online? Oh, there we go. See some boxes moving. Hi, Dave. If you feel that you're in support of this report that Councilor Menard's brought forward.
100% in support. We spoke 2 years ago in 2021, and we're of the same position that this needs to happen.
Wonderful. So if you're good with us carrying this report, are you satisfied that we don't have to hold the item and we'll carry it as a committee?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Councilor Menard, did you want to say a couple words before we carry this item?
Chair, just very briefly, thank you very much to staff for working on this. And of course, a lot of committee members around the table who've also been pushing for this during their election campaigns, but also a lot of us saw the bike share in Toronto and how great that is. This is something that can be in urban, suburban wards, unlike the scooter program. And the publicly funded models like we see in Toronto, out of Montreal, with some advertising revenue as well, they can work extremely well. And that last mile connectivity to our LRT is so important. This is very cheap compared to what we spend otherwise. And so it can be a great program for our city, especially when the parking service is involved. So really happy to have worked with Scott and Vivi's team, and just appreciate all the efforts on this. And hopefully we can get a bike share up and running this term of council with this director. So thank you very much, Chair, for also speaking with me about this in advance, and Vice Chair Kitts for moving that minor amendment too. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Vice Chair Kitts is running a little late, so we have Councillor Devine that's going to read the amendment, and then we'll pass that. Councillor Devine. Great, it's coming. Just 1 sec.
All right. Whereas following publication of the Transportation Committee agenda, Councillor Menard has submitted a revised report for consideration that includes updated language in the report recommendation. Therefore, be it resolved that the report recommendation in report ACS 2023 OCC CCS 0085 be amended to read as follows. That Transportation Committee recommend that City Council direct staff to continue working towards the development of a bike share program this term of council, and further that City Council direct staff to update the information on bike sharing that was reported in 2021 as part of the public bike parking strategy, and B, incorporate the relevant findings of current studies being carried out by Enviro Center, Ottawa Climate Action Fund, and by Transportation Association Canada on shared micro-mobility services, and C, report back to Transportation Committee in 2025 with recommendations on an appropriate bike share model that would serve the needs of the city.
So on the amendment, is that carried? And on the actual item, is that carried? Great, thank you. Okay, now we can invite the MTO up to give their wonderful presentation. We have Frank McKinney coming up from staff. Oh, and Frank Vanderland and Obina. Okay.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. I'm Frank McKinney, the city's program manager, transportation environmental assessments and transportation planning. Today, I'm happy to introduce you our guests from the Ministry of Transportation, who will be briefing you on their study's recommendations for the Barnsdale interchange at Highway 416. Obina Oberfuel is the MTO's project leader. And next to him is Brad Hooton, who is ministry's consultant, project manager for Morrison Hirschfield. This is an exciting project that the ministry is bringing to Ottawa. Although at this time, the project is only at the planning and environmental assessment stage. The Barnsdale interchange would provide much improved access to the ministry's Highway 416. It would augment the investment the ministry has made in the corridor in the mid-1980s. With that, I turn this over to the ministry's project leads.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Obino Biefle. I'm a project engineer with the Ministry of Transportation, Ontario. Thank you for having us today. I will be presenting the Highway 416 and at Barnsdale Road interchange preliminary design and environmental study. And at this juncture, I'll be handing it over to Brad Houghton, who is our is a project manager from Morrison Hedgefield, our consultant on the project. Brad, please carry on.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to come and present to you this morning. Next slide, please. So with the population growth in South Barrhaven and significant development towards a new urban boundary, the City of Ottawa has previously identified the need for additional access to Highway 416. Many years ago, the city initiated discussions with the Ministry of Transportation, who have retained Morrison Hirschfield to undertake the preliminary design and environmental assessment to look at future interchange design at the current crossing of Barnsdale Road and Highway 416. So the purpose of our study is to develop a new interchange at Highway 416 and Barnsdale Road to collaborate with the City of Ottawa to assess both interim and ultimate design alternatives and to identify a recommended plan for the interchange that addresses future traffic demands and operational and safety concerns within the corridor, and to inform the phasing and implementation of potential future detail design and construction work. Next slide, please. So as a study team, we prepared and evaluated a long list of 9 different interchange design alternatives, and they were subjected to a core screening evaluation to narrow the alternatives down to a short list that was from there undertaken additional detailed evaluation. As you can see in the table there, we have our evaluation criteria of social and natural environment component costs and staging, as well as transportation benefits and impacts. Our reasoned argument and trade-off method of evaluation was used to identify advantages and disadvantages and select the alternatives that were to carry forward for additional design and analysis. The alternatives that were carried forward from this stage, we felt as a study team had the best ability to address both future needs of the corridor and to minimize overall impact to the natural, social, economic, and cultural environment. And it's worth noting that the City of Ottawa staff with Frank McKinney and his team were consulted throughout the entire process of this phase. Next slide, please. Thank you. At this stage, 4 interchange alternatives plus a do-nothing alternative for comparison's sake were carried forward for additional detailing and additional evaluation. At this stage, a weighted scoring method was used to select the preferred alternative. The weights were determined based on the evaluation criteria in the previous slide, determined by the study team based on the relevancies of the criteria through the project and through the needs through our initial consultation. And the scores are determined based on the potential impacts to each alternative. And again, City of Ottawa staff was consulted through this phase of the evaluation and scoring as well. And based on the results of the weighted scoring evaluation, our alternative 5, which I'll show you on the next slide in a moment, which is a partial cloverleaf AB with the loops of the south side, was carried forward as the recommended technically preferred alternative. So next slide, please. So the interchange alternative you can see here was alternative 5, our preferred alternative. This is a shot of the interchange design itself. Some quick highlights: the predominant construction and new ramps are identified on the south side of Barnsdale Road, with additional free flow ramps and on and off ramps on the north side. In our scoring and evaluation, some of the key factors that led to this being the technically preferred alternative was identified by the study team that this alternative had the least impact to adjacent lands, in particular ongoing development land on the northeast quadrant and the Trail Road Waste Facility, which is on the northwest quadrant. This minimized impact to the existing operation of Barnsdale Road during construction. This had the ability to maintain all movements for both an interim and alternative and ultimate interchange configuration, depending on phasing, which we'll elaborate on shortly. This also had the most cost-effective alternative and had the least impacts on property acquisition as well. Some of the other, so a quick note, and that's kind of dovetails into this. The cross sections you can see are the sections along Barnsdale and at the future structure. One thing I will note is this alternative, and all alternatives were evaluated against the existing conditions of a 2-lane road as Barnesdale Road and any future ultimate widening to 4 lanes. So the ultimate interchange that was designed is for a 4-lane cross section. However, the preferred alternative still works for the existing 2-lane configuration. So what you're seeing on the screen there, the top section is a 4-lane cross section of Barnesdale Road with a multi-use path, a bidirectional multi-use path on the north side, which would provide connectivity into the community and future realignment of Greenbank Road. Barnesdale Road is on the city's rural transportation, active transportation plan. At the structure, the second section there is along Barnesdale Road over the 416. The existing bridge over the 416 was constructed in the early 90s and is still considered in great shape. So we looked as a study team and in consultation with the city at opportunities to maintain the existing bridge, although noting it is quite narrow for a future 4-lane configuration. So in the ultimate, we would have the existing bridge, which carries traffic both east and westbound, would be repurposed for only westbound traffic. And a new structure would be constructed over the 416 to carry eastbound traffic and the bidirectional multi-use path. There's a gap between the 2 bridges just to facilitate ease of construction and with the existing foundation configuration of the current bridge. Next slide, please. I have noted some of the impacts of the 416 and the ramps, but there are impacts to the municipal roadway network. As I said, the interchange can be implemented either with or before any future 4-lane configuration on Barnesdale Road. There's minimal throwaway from reconfiguring the ramps, and that was one of the major kind of selling features as through our evaluation. The existing bridge over Highway 416 would be maintained and a new separate structure would be constructed as well. For implementation of the technically preferred alternative, it would require realignment and modifications to several municipal roads. There are 3 municipal roads that run parallel to the 416, Trail Road, William McEwen Road, and Boris O'Kane Road. Trail Road, in the ultimate configuration would be closed north of the interchange. The proximity for all 3 of these, the existing intersection would be within the footprint of the new ramps. So the Trail Road would be closed just north of the intersection and a cul-de-sac would be constructed. As part of this work, we did consult with local businesses and with Trail Road Waste Facility on this approach. William McEwen Road would be realigned further west along Barnesdale. So that road would remain open and would connect outside of approximately 400 meters west of the future ramp terminals to be within guidelines and ministry standards for interchanges for intersection spacing. For Boris O'Kane Road, the Boris O'Kane Road again would be required to be closed in the ultimate configuration. And we have looked at the study team, and I can elaborate on that in a little bit, for realignment and connection opportunities to maintain access through the corridor for the realigned Greenbank Road. And the final realignment and or new road connections would be subject to development and municipal process. Next slide, please. So here's kind of a snapshot of the entire interchange showing the impacts to all kind of move west to east. So as you see, the realigned William McEwen Drive, so that is outside of the footprint of the future ultimate interchange. On the northwest quadrant is the closure of Trail Road and a cul-de-sac. Again, this has been discussed with the local businesses, the quarries in the area, and Trail Road Waste Facility. For the future Boris O'Kane Road, again, this is in the ultimate ramp, the full ramp configuration. Boris O'Kane Road would be closed and a cul-de-sac installed as far south as possible while maintaining adequate spacing for the future east to north ramp grading. As part of the study and as was presented in the second public information center that we held, we looked at several options for connecting, maintaining access from Boris O'Kane Road to the future realigned Greenbank and to Barnesdale. So we looked at alternatives, including realigning and connecting to Viewbank, extension of Kilburney Drive, and an extension of Capamore Drive, which would be kind of midway between Kilburney Drive and Barnesdale Road. Through consultation with the public and consultation with landowners in the area, we have settled on the Kilburney Drive extension as the recommended means of connection. Again, this would be in the ultimate configuration when Boris O'Kane would be required to be closed at Barnesdale Road. The final layout, as I know, the final layout and design for this Kilburnie Drive extension would be subject to municipal and development work with that, with the owners of the properties in that area. So next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the implementation and phasing of the interchange. So our study team assessed opportunities to phase the implementation of this interchange depending on future funding and or future development and growth in the area. So I mentioned already that the 2-lane versus 4-lane configuration is one, the cross section for Barnsdale, but also we looked at opportunities to minimize the footprint and minimize overall costs for an interim solution. So that's what's up on the screen now. So the interim interchange at Barnsdale Road would have all of the work on the south side of Barnsdale Road constructed. So the 4 ramps and the realignment of William McEwen. In this phase, all movements are still maintained at both northbound and southbound off of Barnsdale and to access Barnsdale Road east and west from the 416. And also in this configuration, Trail Road and Boris O'Kane, the intersections line up with the intersection of the ramp and they're able to remain open. So the cul-de-sac for both of them and the Kilburnie Drive extension as shown before would not be required to be implemented as part of the interchange work. Whether the extension of Kilburnie Drive and other work in that quadrant are required as part of development work and development in that area would be confirmed through the city. And again, in this configuration, all movements are made and Barnsdale Road maintains open. So next slide, please. So public consultation for this project, it's as noted, this is a preliminary design and class environmental study, and it's a Group B project under the MTO class environmental assessment for provincial transportation facilities. As far as notifications to the public, we produced an initial notice of study commencement, which was sent out to stakeholders and it was published in the newspaper. As well, we have held 2 online public information centers, one in late 2021 and one in 2022. And all information from this project and everything is available on our project website at www.highway416barnsdale.com. Next slide, please. We received, so just a quick summary. Oh, sorry, I'm seeing 2 different slides, but we received 43 comments from the, hold on one second. Okay, 43 comments from the public. And they're kind of mostly received, kind of spread throughout our notice of study, through our and our open houses. If I could kind of distill them into 3 main categories. The first was discussions on the closure of Boris O'Kane Road and maintaining access and impacts to the residents on Viewbank. As I mentioned, one of the alternatives we looked at how to maintain access from Boris O'Kane Road was a realignment and a connection with a small realignment of Viewbank. We heard from several, if not all, the residents on Viewbank Road who voiced their concerns with the risk of increased traffic. And as a result of that discussions and our evaluation of our alternatives, the alternative to connect directly to Viewbank was not carried forward. We also received several comments related to active transportation through the interchange and in the vicinity of the project. Again, as noted, this Barnsdale Road is on the rural active transportation network, and we will be providing a bidirectional multi-use path on the north side of Barnsdale Road, which would provide for connection to the future Greenbank realignment work that's being undertaken right now by the city. There was also questions specific to traffic impacts from the work and adding this, as we've noted in some of the needs in this project, adding the interchange at 416 in Barnsdale will improve operations and improve access to the 416 for residents and vehicles in South Barhaven in the area to head both north towards downtown and south towards the 401. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. The liaison with the City of Ottawa. We had regular meetings with city planning staff and with Frank, as well as a municipal TAC was done to present the technically preferred alternative. And as I said earlier, all stages of our evaluation and our shortlist alternatives, the city was consulted throughout. We also consulted directly with groups specific, such as the municipal drain group, specific to some of the drainage impacts in adding ramp terminals through the site, and directly with Trail Road Waste Facility regards to their future works, and also looking to minimize impacts on the roadway and in the network that impacts the Trail Road Waste Facility. We also met with the development community in the area in particular to owners of lands on the northeast quadrant, as well as businesses and owners on the northwest. There's several quarries and that would be impacted by work there in the area. We also, all Indigenous communications was carried forward, and liaison was done through the Ministry of Transportation. Next slide, please. So our next steps as we go through our, we're working as a study team to finalize our preliminary design and environmental assessment. After that, our transportation and environmental study, our report, our TESR is being finalized and will be prepared and made available to the public and agency review for a 3-day period at study completion. And our notice of study completion and publication of the TESR would be provided in advance to stakeholders and anyone who is registered through our website. After the tests are cleared upon the 30-day review and the MECP mandated additional 30-day window, the project would be environmentally cleared and would be available. Detailed design would also include property for the ultimate interchange configuration. But what I will note, as was mentioned before, is there is currently no funding available in the city for this detailed design. So at the end of our EA and our approved EA would be the termination of this assignment. So I want to take a quick second to thank everyone for the opportunity to come in and speak to you today. And if there's any questions, we'd be more than happy to respond. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for coming out today. And I see Councillor Hill reaching for the mic. So Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and just a big thank you to all of the folks that have been involved in this for several years now, both from the ministry and Frank and Vivi, your team, and as well as Rosa working from this office and from others in the past on this. But this is a really important opportunity and an important project for all of Barrhaven. It's needed desperately. You know, when you look at the other comparable subdivisions in the city of Ottawa, Canada has 4 interchanges. Orleans has 4 interchanges. Barrhaven has 1. And right now, south of the Jock River, there's about 30,000 people that live down there, and that's growing really quickly. It's one of the highest growth areas in the city. And also, you know, not just from a residential perspective, but we see there's economic growth opportunities along Borsacane and up into to that retail city gate center in Barrhaven as well. And I'd also point out from just an emergency services perspective, Firehouse 47 south of the Jock River, if it was to get called to go down and provide service support on Highway 416, they would need to go up north to Fallowfield and then come south, which probably will put stress on the Bell's Corners or other fire services for accident support. So with this interchange, it would shave, you know, probably 10 to 20 minutes off that drive time. So thank you very much. This is a really important project for the city or for the ward of Barrhaven. And I just want to give my appreciation to everybody involved. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation. I realize, pardon me, I realize Barrhaven is growing. In terms of the active transportation, I appreciate that right off the bat you're putting it in the overpass to have cycle and pedestrian lanes. But what about after you get off those lanes and the surrounding infrastructure for cycling? It's not great right now. It's just narrow shoulders. Is there going to be some improvement? Because no doubt people will still want to cycle and walk places, and just want to make sure that that is being taken into consideration for the surrounding area, particularly Barnsdale itself.
Thank you. Yes, we do plan on implementing cycling and ped facilities. We're doing that now in the part of the preliminary and detailed design for the realigned Greenbank Road. However, the Barnsdale Road EA is going to 4-lane has not been completed yet because it's a later stage project. But as part of that environmental assessment, we will identify cycling and ped facilities along Barnsdale Road.
Okay, that would be very helpful. I think that has to go hand in hand. We're talking about transportation links. We need to look at all of them, not just for vehicles, though I appreciate that that will be part of it. Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo some of Councillor Hill comments as well. This interchange will provide some relief for my ward because right now all that traffic that goes from Half Moon Bay, from Quinns Point, shoots up Longfield, Strandherd, and Woodruff, and it goes through intersections that are already a little over capacity, we'll say. So I am appreciative of all the work and collaboration that staff have provided with both Councillor Hill and me, and to a degree Councillor Brown as well. So this will help Barrhaven South move a little easier. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone. Seeing no further questions. Thank you again for the presentation. Is this item received?
Received.
Thank you, everyone. So we're going to go on to the 7.2, the amendments to the usage and care roads bylaw. Now we do have a couple of things that have to be read in here. Vice Chair Kitts, if you could read the motion, and then Councillor Johnson, you had 3 motions. So we're going to have those read in. Then we'll have the staff presentation, and then we'll go to the many delegations. So I ask people to please get to the point today and ask questions as quick as possible. I'm looking at, as we get our people to come up here, Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies for my tardiness this morning. So whereas with respect to report ACS 2023 PRE RHU 0026 titled Amendments to the Use and Care of Roads Bylaw with the Asset Management Implications were provided after the public release of the report. And whereas city staff submitted revised asset management implications to insert into page 29 of the report, therefore be it resolved that with respect to the report, Transportation Committee accept the report as revised with the revised asset management implications section on page 29 of the report with the following wording. The proposed updates to the City of Ottawa Use and Care of Roads bylaw have several asset management implications. The following points highlight the specific implications. Integration of best practices. Staff considered best practices from other municipalities that permit landscaping projects, free library boxes, and pop-up retail displays within the right-of-way. This integration of successful approaches from other jurisdictions promotes knowledge sharing and allows for the adoption of effective strategies in asset management. Collaboration with utility companies. Consultations with utility companies ensure that the proposed amendments do not conflict with existing or future utility projects. This collaboration minimizes potential disruptions to utility infrastructure and promotes coordination between asset management efforts and utility operations. Maintaining service levels. The objective during the integration of new assets was to ensure there was no decrease in the service life, level of service, or disruption of service, or maintainability for existing assets. This approach safeguards the performance and functionality of the city's infrastructure, avoiding any adverse effects on service delivery to residents and other stakeholders. Risk assessment for infrastructure. The report considers risks and potential damages to infrastructure within the right-of-way. This assessment helps identify potential vulnerabilities and develop strategies to mitigate risks, ensuring the resilience and longevity of the city's assets. Limitations on city's responsibilities. The report clarifies that the city will not guarantee the success of nor maintain any residential garden within the right-of-way. It also highlights that the city and utility companies will not be responsible for replacing or reinstating a residential garden if damaged by infrastructure installation, maintenance, repair, snow removal operations, or road maintenance activities. This clarifies the limitations on the city's obligations and reduces potential liabilities. Consideration of stormwater management. The report emphasizes that no gardening will be permitted within the front or back slope of a ditch due to its importance in stormwater management and drainage. This ensures that modifications of or encroachments into the ditch area do not compromise its ability to effectively move stormwater, mitigating the risk of flooding and waterlogging in the neighborhood. financial sustainability considerations. The proposed amendments, such as allowing residential gardening, free library boxes, and pop-up retail displays within the right-of-way, should include considerations for financial sustainability. Staff should assess the potential costs associated with implementing and maintaining these activities, ensuring that they are, what just moved on me, they are financially viable and aligned with the city's budgetary constraints. This evaluation will help ensure that the proposed amendments support long-term financial sustainability while providing additional options for residents and businesses within the right-of-way. Overall, these implications demonstrate a proactive approach to asset management, considering compliance, collaboration, service levels, financial considerations, risk assessment, and the protection of critical infrastructure elements such as stormwater management systems. Quick one. Thank you.
That was a real quickie. Thank you. If we can get the first of Councillor Johnson's motions on the screen.
Thank you. So whereas many residential streets in the outer urban area have no sidewalks or raised curbs, and whereas the city of Ottawa has allowed any gravel shoulders to be taken over by grass, whereas it is common for residents to currently garden to the edge of the roadway, and whereas these gardens have not caused any problems for residents for snow clearing operations, parking, or other municipal services, and whereas allowing gardens to the edge of the right-of-way in urban areas and not allowing them in outer urban areas creates an unfair and unequal status, adding an additional burden for neighborhoods where the city has failed to build storm sewers, raised curbs, or sidewalks. Therefore, be it resolved that the report be amended to read residential gardening will be permitted to the edge of the roadway where no curb exists.
Thank you. And we'll get the second one up on the screen.
Thank you. Okay, so whereas proposed changes to the city's use and care of roads bylaw will allow for residential gardening opportunities within the right-of-way, and as part of this, a prohibited plant species list will be required to effectively manage invasive species locally. And whereas staff are proposing that the prohibited plant species list to be included within the proposed amendments to the use of care roads bylaw will incorporate by reference the Invasive Species Act 2015 and Weed Control Act 1990 to provide the requirements prohibiting certain plant species within the right-of-way. And whereas through the consultation process, residents have requested that there be additional plant species added to the proposed prohibited list, citing the Ontario Auditor General's report on the management of invasive species, where identified deficiencies in the species listed in the Invasive Species and Weed Control Acts. And whereas the city has a recommended species list to avoid planting due to their invasive tendencies, and this list could serve as an additional source of could serve as a source of additional species to prohibit pending a review by staff. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to include as part of the proposed amendments to the use and care of roads bylaw a list of terrestrial plants prohibited from planting in right-of-ways compiled from the Invasive Species Act 2015, the Weed Control Act 1990, and the Auditor General's November 2022 report concerning the management of invasive species, in addition to the other proposed restrictions in the bylaw. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to update the list from time to time as required. And be it further resolved that staff be directed to share this list with local nurseries and retail locations. Thank you.
And last but not least.
Whereas many residential streets in the outer urban area have no sidewalks or raised curbs, and whereas the city of Ottawa has allowed any gravel shoulders to be taken over by grass, and whereas residents have built and installed little free libraries close to the edge of the road throughout College Ward, and whereas these little free libraries have not caused any problems for residents for snow clearing operations, parking, or other municipal services, and whereas putting a little free library more than half a meter from the edge of the road makes them inaccessible, particularly in winter, defeats their purpose. Therefore, be it resolved that the report be amended to read no free library box may be installed within half a meter of a roadway.
Great, and we'll debate and discuss those later on. Right now, we do have our professional staff going to give us a presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I just want to introduce myself before we get started. I'm Chris Warren, a bylaw review specialist with the Right-of-Way, Heritage and Urban Design Services branch. And joining me today is Program Manager Rob McLaughlin, also with the Right-of-Way, Heritage and Urban Design Services branch. And today I'm going to be presenting to you on the proposed amendments to the Use and Care of Roads bylaw. Next slide, please. Going to start by providing a quick background summary before getting into the proposed guidelines and regulations. The current Use and Care of Roads bylaw does not permit alterations to the grass boulevard within the right-of-way, allow for the installation of free library boxes within the right-of-way, or allow for pop-up retail display and vending opportunities within the right-of-way. The proposed amendments to the Use and Care of Roads bylaw are in response to two motions received in 2022. One, to have staff review the feasibility of permitting resident and community landscaping opportunities within the right-of-way, and the other to review the feasibility of permitting free library boxes within the right-of-way. There was also a recent direction from the business community to allow for temporary pop-up retail display and vending opportunities within the right-of-way on a more permanent basis, which was temporarily allowed during the pandemic when there were indoor capacity limits. In updating this bylaw, municipal best practices and recent trends were explored across Canada and used as comparables in developing the proposed updates to the City of Ottawa Use and Care of Roads bylaw. Throughout this process, staff have worked with one another, relying on our internal subject matter experts, as well as external stakeholders to assist in developing the proposed regulations. Staff feel that we have struck a balance between providing opportunities for residents and businesses to enhance the right-of-way while still respecting its intended function and purpose. The proposed regulations will continue to provide the city and utilities access while mitigating impacts to maintenance, operations, and capital projects. Next slide, please. Beginning with residential gardening within the right-of-way, proposed guidelines and regulations include the recommendation to implement a non-permit approach in updating the Use and Care of Roads bylaw to allow for residential gardening projects. The identified regulations can be applied equally across our city, and this approach will allow for easy access to residents to install a project and at no cost to the resident or city. The proposed amendments are designed to minimize risks, so the requirement for a permit and associated elements such as insurance and indemnity are not considered necessary. Staff have identified that only soft landscaping be permitted with the goal of encouraging climate resiliency and positive environmental impacts. Soft landscaping does not include the installation of planter boxes due to several factors. Utility companies having a legislative right to access the right-of-way to install or maintain their infrastructure, and planter boxes when constructed are not easily removable. Once filled with soil, they become heavy, almost permanent objects within the right-of-way. Should the utility company or city require operational maintenance or emergency work, they are difficult to move and can cause an impediment within the right-of-way. There are also operational concerns for staff, particularly in the winter months when snow clearing, storage, or removal activities take place. It is also important to highlight that any installation of a gardening project is done so at the abutting property owner's own risk, and that the city or utility company will not reinstate a gardening project or reimburse a resident for damage or loss. We want to highlight that only hand digging will be permitted to ensure the underground protection of utility infrastructure and critical root zones for city boulevard trees, as well as locates will be necessary prior to undertaking any gardening project within the right-of-way as required by provincial law. Next slide, please. For maximum growing height, with safety being the priority, staff have identified a maximum growing height of 0.75 meters, which will allow for driver visibility around intersections, corner lots, and particularly as illustrated in this photo when a vehicle is entering or exiting a driveway. Other Ottawa bylaws, such as the zoning bylaw and fence bylaw, reference a 0.75 meter maximum height restriction for corner lots, which protects site visibility triangles and ensures that motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians have a clear field of view. Ottawa is a diverse city with rural, suburban, and urban areas, and by applying this height limit uniformly, we are creating parameters that can be applied equally to all residential properties across the city, including corner lots and properties around intersections. Next slide, please. A setback zone from the roadway edge where no curb exists was identified as a requirement, since most roadways have an approximate 1 meter shoulder width on either side of the traveled portion of a roadway. This shoulder area is used by pedestrians as well as motorists for parking where legally permitted. By maintaining a 1 meter setback requirement from the roadway edge to a residential gardening project, the shoulder area will remain intact. On streets where a curb exists, shoulders have already been built into the roadway design up to the curb, eliminating the need for a further setback requirement. The area adjacent to the paved roadway must not be altered. If this area is overtaken by a gardening project, this may result in different parking behaviors, such as parking further into the roadway. This may cause traffic flow issues on narrower roadways, resulting in concerns from residents and triggering the implementation of new on-street parking regulations, including the possibility of no parking provisions. Next slide, please. It has also been identified that no alterations be permitted within the proposed residential gardening setback zones. This is due to utility companies and city staff requiring visibility and access to maintain infrastructure or use in an emergency situation in case of a fire hydrant. This will help to eliminate tripping or safety hazards and soft ground for those working within these areas. It will also provide a space in which to work where a gardening project may otherwise be damaged by servicing or maintenance. Eliminating digging within the identified setback zones will also help to reduce potential damages to infrastructure and boulevard trees, again, where critical root zones are at risk. Next slide, please. On the topic of consumables or growing food within the right-of-way, staff are proposing that as information on the risks and benefits are continuing to be explored, at this time, it is not being proposed to permit these activities within the right-of-way. At the request of Ottawa Public Health Ontario is currently reaching out to municipalities who have arrived at a position on growing consumables within the right-of-way. This review should allow for a better understanding and possibly a quantification of the risks and benefits associated with growing consumables within the right-of-way. It is therefore staff's recommendation to exclude consumable planting at this time until we have more information on which to base this decision. Staff intend to revisit this recommendation after a further in-depth review is completed and more information becomes available. In addressing invasive species, staff are proposing to manage invasive species by referring to the provincial regulations in the Ontario Invasive Species Act and Weed Control Act. The rationale being that there is no clear consensus on which species should be regulated beyond the ones already officially recognized as invasive or noxious by the province. The proposed limitation on plant height will naturally exclude many invasive species without needing to identify or name them specifically. Listing species specifically within the bylaw would be administratively challenging, as any updates would then require an amendment. Referring to the provincial acts as amended avoids frequent amendments within our own bylaw. Enforcement of a longer list of species would also be challenging due to the need to train staff in the identification of additional plants and at various stages of growth above and beyond the ones that our weed inspectors currently deal with, as well as an increased potential for complaints based on misidentifications by complainants. Next slide, please. Moving along to free library boxes within the right-of-way, proposed guidelines and regulations include implementing a signed letter of acknowledgement requirement that will assist with the tracking of installations should a free library box require modification or removal. This will also ensure that residents have read and understand the guidelines and regulations. In addition, staff have identified that library boxes should be treated differently than residential gardening projects, as they are hard objects within the right-of-way and potentially pose more risk. A safe setback helps to ensure that our roadways remain clear and unencumbered from library installations and provides a reasonable distance for users to visit away from the traveled portion of a roadway. This setback provides parking room for vehicles where there is legal on-street parking and an area for passengers to enter and exit. A 1 meter setback further provides clearance from the roadway for city maintenance operations and for larger vehicles that may be traveling down a roadway. Setback provisions around infrastructure and boulevard trees, as identified with the residential gardening projects, will also apply to the installation of free library boxes. Library boxes may also only be installed within the right-of-way on local roads as defined by the official plan. This prevents mobility and safety concerns along busier roadways. While there are no minimum setback requirements from a sidewalk, library box owners must ensure that sidewalks remain free and clear at all times to ensure the safe passage of pedestrians. And while not identified in the proposed bylaw amendments, the city will be requesting removal of library boxes during winter months so as not to affect winter operations. A minimum and maximum identified accessible height was borrowed from the Ottawa Library book drop box standards to ensure inclusivity for more users. Free library boxes, while having to be secured to remain safe, must also not have a permanent foundation, being easily removable for city or utility access and to better protect infrastructure below the ground. And finally, as with any digging within the right-of-way, locates will be required by provincial law. Next slide, please. For pop-up retail display and vending within the right-of-way, proposed regulations include a signed letter of acknowledgement that will help with the tracking of display and vending locations to ensure that pedestrian clearways and space allocations are maintained. Businesses will be required to read through the standard guidelines and bylaws, as well as provide proof of liability insurance to the exact same extent as required in the cafe seating policy prior to the placement on the right of way. Any display and vending must be located on the abutting right of way to the retail location, must maintain a 2-meter pedestrian clearway at all times, and be cane detectable to ensure the safety and mobility of pedestrians. Retail display and vending opportunities within the right of way will apply to businesses zoned commercial, within service villages and urban areas only, including suburbs within the urban boundary. Displays and vending must be located on a hard and level surface and are limited to a daily basis only, with no permanent installations permitted. Next slide, please. To wrap up the presentation, I want to move along to our next steps. Website content on ottawa.ca will be updated to reflect the proposed changes and will include education, guidelines, as well as regulations for residents and businesses. This will include native species recommendations, free library box design guidelines, and template letters of acknowledgement. There will be a staff education component, which will include updating and training enforcement staff, 311 operators, and operational and maintenance staff. In addition, staff will continue to review the consumables prohibition pending the ongoing work by Public Health Ontario. Thank you for your time. We're here to answer any questions that committee members may have.
Great presentation. At this point, we'll go to delegations, and then afterwards we'll have questions to staff. So our first is William Van Geest. And we'll get your presentation pulled up. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's always on the screen. That's right. You're real. We're pulling that up right now for you.
Okay, I'm all set to go.
Oh, yeah. Will just be 1 second.
Sure.
We won't start the clock till it comes up. Just like the virtual world, same rules apply, 5 minutes. And as soon as we get the presentation up, we'll get you started right away.
Great, thanks. A little nervous with being here in person, so appreciate your bearing with me.
There we go. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Great. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Committee. I'm addressing you on behalf of Ecology Ottawa. Before I begin, I want to mention the recommendations submitted by the People's Official Plan Coalition, of which Ecology Ottawa was a lead facilitator. You would have received these a few days ago. Our recommendations are extensive and the product of significant work. I hope you've had the opportunity to review them. We at Ecology Ottawa are pleased to see the city revisiting legislation that comes to bear on right-of-ways. We believe that right-of-ways offer an excellent opportunity for community stewardship of city land. We also know that there is considerable public support for initiatives that increase such opportunities. Over 1,000 people signed our rewilding petition, one line of which called for the city to, I'm quoting here from our petition, amend bylaws to encourage residents to transform front yards and boulevards into naturalized gardens. Since the update went live on the Engage Ottawa website, we've received a substantial number of detailed emails on the topic. Clearly, Ottawans are interested in opportunities to steward the right-of-way. Since I'm up first today, let me set the stage a bit. Currently, Ottawans are required to have and maintain turf grass. Currently, Ottawans are required to have and maintain turf grass in any of the city land in front of their home. To be clear, turf grass, which, let's recall, has its origins in settler colonialism, is of negligible ecological value, and certainly some maintenance practices associated with it, such as the application of pesticides, the operation of leaf blowers, overwatering, are negative ecologically. Yet turf grass is what the city currently requires. If Ottawa residents were able to plant the right-of-way, however, their plantings could provide food and habitat for their fellow ecosystem dwellers. They could add shade and cool temperatures, they could soak up excess water, they could soak up carbon and filter the air, and so on. All of these would help meet commitments that the city has already made,
like mitigating climate change or dealing with its effects, or promoting biodiversity and improving food security. Yet, all of this is currently prohibited. Fortunately, this hasn't prevented some of the bolder among us from planting. I want to dwell for a moment on Centertown, my neighborhood, to illustrate the importance of the legislation before us. As you know, Centertown, which of course is Councillor Troster's ward, is the densest part of the city. Land is at a premium. Yet, people here are eager to plant. Wait lists for community gardens are years long. So people use the space that they have, and some of the results are truly impressive. I've assembled some photos from my neighborhood, which you'll see a few of on the slide deck. You'll see raised beds, pollinator plants, shrubs, small trees, and vegetables. Yet these plantings are all vulnerable. A single complaint from one disgruntled neighbor could mean they must dismantle their work. So there should be one more slide of very lovely plantings in the right of way. And there we go. And then the next slide is what I'll refer to next. I've here provided some screenshots from Geo Ottawa to show the right of way. I don't know if you're able to advance. There we go. The first of these is Lisgar. You'll see that the right of way extends all the way up to the residences in question. So you can see the lines on either side of Lisgar Street in the middle there, and the structures are the gray blocks, of course. So it's a similar story on Cooper, which is the next slide, and a similar story on Gilmore. Yeah, next slide. Wonderful. Oh, sorry, that's McLaren. I think there's one more of Gilmore, but you get the point. It's fair to say, in other words, that all of the plantings I showed earlier are vulnerable because they are in the right of way. I should also point out, as an aside, how the language of boulevards found through the staff report is inaccurate. None of the streets that I'm showing here has a boulevard, in fact, but they all have considerable right of ways. Let me point out again how these plantings I've shown are achieving the city's commitments. Residents are literally doing the city's job for it. The least the city could do is legalize it. In my remaining time, I want to address a couple other issues. First of all, height restrictions, which we believe are misguided. 0.75 meters, 75 centimeters that is far shorter than any conventional vehicle, and most plantings can be seen through, unlike the snow piles that we tolerate through the window and through the winter. And I've got a slide showing very large snow piles in Centertown. We tolerate this, but somehow 0.75 meters is the maximum. The 1 meter setback of plantings from the roadway where there's no curb is also misguided. What bylaw is concerned about is spillover, not planting in that setback. So why not prohibit the spillover rather than the planting? Issues of potential liability, the city should simply state that planting is at one's own risk and that the relationship is one of stewardship, which of course is our relation to the land under all circumstances. That said, the city should take the opportunity to educate residents on safety issues, whether soil contamination, invasive species, or anything else. The report states that staff needs more time to consider consumables, that is, edible things, while at the same time, the original motion asked for a comprehensive review. Food security is too pressing a problem to leave out of this bylaw update. Finally, the city should permit planter boxes. This mitigates the soil contamination concerns and can help with soil retention and water absorption. There already exists municipal legislation that considers planter boxes as soft landscaping, as I believe a later delegate will describe. There's more I could speak to, but I'll leave it there in the interest of time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that. Thank you for your delegation today. Looking around, I don't see any questions, so thank you for coming out. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And next up, we have Yasmin Hadid.
Hello, good morning.
Oh, there you are. You're online. Great. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to join you today. My name is Yasmin, and I am currently in my final year of undergraduate studies at the University of Ottawa for environmental economics and public policy. Before I start, I would like to mention that I am speaking from unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. I'm a resident of the Centertown neighborhood and also a student volunteer with Ecology Ottawa. This gives me a perspective that is twofold and informs the value that I ascribe to the proposed updates to the City of Ottawa Use and Care of Roads bylaw, which is being discussed at the moment. I find that municipal legislation has a potential to inform so many changes for citizens. One term that I have used to guide my understanding of this bylaw is stewardship. In other words, I, as do some of you, I hope, feel a sense of responsibility and supervision for the areas in which the proposed changes will be implemented. When learning and hearing about advocacy in cities, I have previously heard the term community space used to describe so many different parts of a city, but I personally do not feel a sense of community between Ottawa as a whole. I think that the city needs a strategy accessible to all of its many neighborhoods and areas, and I believe that this bylaw can do so by allowing for the naturalization and the addition of animation and greenery to right-of-ways across the city. Not only will this have benefits for tree cover and permeable landscapes, but it will also contribute to the development of nature-based solutions to the current biodiversity crisis. Such solutions would include flora and fauna protections, reforestation initiatives, and interestingly, intentional city design. All this to say that the changes enacted here could have, I think, a bit of a snowball effect on the larger development of solutions in other sectors of municipal affairs. It is no secret that Ottawa is a car-centric city, meaning that municipal proposals often favor that type of transportation. In my opinion, it would be ideal for the committee to further focus on the urban livability aspects that these updates before us introduce. More specifically, an increased amount of planted trees would bring air filtration, food security, stormwater management, and the link between increased biodiversity and mental wellness into the current conversation. Right-of-ways are an essential part of city terrain that need protection and constant maintenance. That being said, the proposed alterations to the right-of-way coming from the coalition would, in my opinion, enhance them and not damage them, as some may believe to be the case. There also needs to be an increased trust in the residents of Ottawa. It's definitely harder to measure and track individual actions, but I want to believe that there needs to be less of a reliance on forcing citizens to act a certain way, but more so assuring that they understand the repercussions of their individual actions. I can definitely understand pushback from residents regarding how this bylaw could modify the look of right-of-ways and opposing opinions on the potential impact this may have on private property or even parking. But such arguments should not overlook the support that this bylaw is generating. More specifically, I have been made aware that there are some concerns about the enforcement and regulation of the planting allowed under the bylaw. And to that, I say that proper communication and media messaging could further educate and generate interest in gardening projects within the right-of-way space. I don't think there should be a prohibition on activities, but rather an opening of permissions. I do appreciate the transparency and consultation initiatives that have been a part of the formulation of this current proposal. I think that the idea of a permissive bylaw is an interesting one. However, there is, in my opinion, a bit of a lack of education for an understanding of this bylaw. I believe that there needs to be a unanimous way to address citizens and their involvement in these updates. A lack of understanding leads to conflict and confusion between neighbors, as well as between citizens and enforcement officers. Before involving myself with Ecology Ottawa, I must admit that I was not aware of this bylaw, despite observing the many municipal changes that Ottawa had gone through since I moved to the city about 4 years ago. Transparency in municipal legislative affairs should be non-negotiable. In the same way that this bylaw targets the whole city, it must also be made available for all to understand and discuss. Finally, I will leave you on this. Summers in Ottawa are criminally short, meaning that any way that we can transform the greenery should be welcomed. So thank you so much. I look forward to observing the evolution of this current discussion.
That's a great delegation today. Thank you for coming out. I don't see any hands, so thank you for participating today. On to our next delegation. It's Angela Keller-Herzog. No. In person. Great. And I believe we're getting that presentation fired up right now.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So dear members of the Transportation Committee, we're here on unceded Algonquin territory. I'm just waiting for my presentation, but someone did observe that turf is a little bit of a colonial ground cover. So I think it's very good and maybe an act of reconciliation that we're opening this up. So it's not just turf by default. My name is Angela Keller-Herzog, and I'm the Executive Director of Cafes, which is a local environmental leaders network founded in 2010. Our members include representatives from urban, suburban, and rural communities. And recently, our network has included over 150, both organizational representatives and individuals. Next slide, please. So that the slide here provides an overview of my presentation. We'll go right into it. Next slide, please. Cafes is a member of the People's Official Plan Coalition, which is a grouping of over 20 civil society organizations. And we've had quite a bit of discussion about this proposed bylaw amendment and have come up with a joint community position, which indeed is something that Councillor King, the original proponent in our discussion, suggested would be extremely helpful. So we welcome and support the amendment of the bylaw. But in terms of the regulations proposed, we feel that rather than moving to a more permissive regime, in some cases, we've gone to a very prohibitive regime. And we think that some lines in the sand have been drawn that we would like to draw somewhere else. So we have sent all of you our community position, and you will see that we would urge you to permit the growing of food. We would urge you to permit planting of trees, which is prohibited, except not directly stated. And thirdly, to permit structures holding soil. And those of you who heard me going on about the relationship between trees and stormwater management, I'll be going there again. I was very happy to see the amendment from Councillor Johnson because in terms of invasive plants, we agree that there should be more plants named. And we would also be very open to actually strengthening the prohibition on impermeable hardscaping in terms of illegal parking spots, which we also see a lot of. Next slide, please. So other members of the POP coalition will be speaking to food and legal issues. So I will focus on trees, climate, and stormwater. So the city already has the Trees and Trust program, which demonstrates that this is a proper use of the right-of-way space. The city encourages residents to take care of these trees and water them. So we really don't understand why it shouldn't be permitted for residents to plant these trees, because obviously it's a win-win. It would save the city money and residents would take even better care if they planted the tree itself. All of this obviously subject to guidelines. Next slide, please. So how does this come out? The regulation prohibiting trees actually comes through the height restriction, which again, we think is misplaced. We agree there should be height restrictions in terms of the visibility triangles, but just to put a blanket height restrictions on everything front yard, everything side yard, it makes no sense. In terms of the other rationales, I'm sure the print on the slide is too small, but there's nothing very convincing, because if the city is already planting trees on the right of way, then obviously it's a good thing to be doing, and we all agree. Next slide, please. As per the official plan, that we want to be enhancing and increasing the urban canopy. The city also, with your explicit consent, has recently agreed to the Montreal Pledge on Biodiversity. So a lot of the prohibitions in this proposed bylaw amendment directly go against the biodiversity and habitat provisions under that pledge, which the city of Ottawa has just made. So we would really like to put those words together. Next slide, please. In terms of stormwater management, other countries and municipalities understand there's a strong relationship between stormwater management, urban forests, and the right-of-way. Next slide, please. I'm running out of time here. So our recommendations are really that there's an integration, a collision of issues that need to be managed together in terms of the public realm use, urban canopy issues, stormwater management, climate and resiliency issues, and that we can do this in a positive, citizen engaged way. Regulations to encourage raised beds, which are good for both safety of soil as well as stormwater retention, to encourage residents to plant trees front and in the right of way, front and backyards, and grow a healthy urban canopy. We would ask that the city work with residents to make this happen rather than throw up these prohibitions, which are really counter so many of our other shared purposes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your delegation as usual. Seeing no questions, thank you for coming out today. Our next delegate is Kaywin Kolasa. I hope I'm not butchering the name.
Raywin Kosla.
Thank you. Thank you for that. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
We did have a slide presentation.
Yep, forgive me. We'll just reset the timer and we can start. There we go. It's right up on the screen now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's Raywin Kosla. I'm speaking on behalf of For Our Kids Ottawa Gatineau. I'm a resident of New Edinburgh and Councillor King's Ward. Firstly, I want to thank all the staff and councillors who've worked hard to bring this bylaw amendment to this stage. We're grateful for all the consultation and listening that the city has demonstrated. Next slide, please. Allowing gardening in the right-of-way areas is a wonderful way to create a natural climate solution, as well as supporting biodiversity in our city. Based on our many meetings with councillors, we think it's important for residents to understand that the right-of-way is not an extension of the yard, and that it is an opportunity for stewardship of public land. This land is borrowed until the city needs it again. We believe that during this time, whether it's 1 year or 10 years, much benefit can come from appropriately tending this public land, rather than letting it sit idle while waiting for possible utility work, sidewalks, or road widening. We're pleased with many of the new proposals, but do have a few points that we'd like to bring to the attention of the committee, especially if one looks at the right-of-way as an opportunity for stewardship. Next slide, please. First, we'd like to address the height restriction for plants. The current recommendation only allows plants up to 75 centimetre height along all of the right-of-way. The rationale for this is sight lines for the safe movement of vehicles and is similar to the City of Ottawa zoning and fence laws. Plants, however, by their very nature, are visually permeable, especially at the high end. They do not form a solid visual barrier, such as a fence or a snowbank, and many native plants reach 1 metre in height. The taller the plant, the better it is at managing rainwater and sequestering carbon in its roots. We ask that this height restriction be increased to 1 metre, which matches the height limit in the fences bylaw, and similar to that bylaw, restricts heights only where there is a visibility triangle near the road or driveway. Away from these visibility triangles, the height limit should be higher. We suggest 1.5 metres. Other Canadian municipalities such as Halifax, Oakville, Regina, Saskatoon, St. Catharines, Vancouver, Victoria, and Mississauga all have a height limit of 1 metre in the right-of-way. Next slide, please. Secondly, we'd like stronger guidelines on the restriction of planting of invasive species. By strongly stating that invasive plants will not be allowed, the city can demonstrate appropriate stewardship of the land and also avoid contributing to the Ontario-wide problems caused by these plants. These species cause havoc in our natural environments and sadly are sold in garden centres and are in wide use in the community. People think that their invasive plants are safely contained in their garden, but our forests and parks are overrun with periwinkle, gutweed, and others, replacing the native plants which support biodiversity, and these images are all local from Ottawa. Planting in the right-of-way is a perfect way to spread seeds due to foot traffic, wind and birds. The Auditor General, in their report on the management of invasive species in Ontario, paints a dire picture of a sadly ineffective regulatory process which allows planting that create risk to our native species, human health and well-being, as well as the cost to Ontario's economy of approximately $3.6 billion each year. We'd like the list of invasive species on the city's website to be formalized in guidelines regarding prohibited planting in the right-of-way. Next slide, please. Thirdly, we'd like the city to give native ground cover, the legacy of colonization, the same priority, we'd like the city to give native ground cover the same priority as turf grass. Turf grass provides no ecological benefits and needs to be mown, and is also a legacy of colonialism. Planting, for example, barren strawberry or native clover would comply with the need for low height, be maintenance-free, and provide water absorption and benefits for pollinators. Native ground cover should be permitted wherever grass is acceptable. We suggest that if staff keep the proposal to restrict a 1 metre setback from the road with no curbs, it should allow planting with ground cover less than 30 centimetres in height, and that this would also apply around hydro poles and utility boxes. Thank you for your time.
Right down to the second, and very good presentation. Looking around, I don't see any hands up, so thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
Next delegate is going to be Judith Hanley. Judith Haney. There you are, Judith. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours. Oh, you're on mute.
There, so sorry.
No
Okay.
worries.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before the Transportation Committee this morning. My statement today is in response to the amendments that impact residential gardening and the Little Free Libraries. I don't have an opinion on the updates pertaining to the pop-up retail display and vending at this time. My opinions are not too distinct from the delegations you've heard this morning. I could just let them speak for me, yet I feel it important to add my voice to the chorus. Ultimately, I'm asking the city to be more flexible with the proposed amendments and to make sure it prioritizes community, biodiversity, and food security. I appreciate that the proposed motions are inspired by a growing trend towards promoting more naturalized areas, increasing biodiversity, and climate resiliency. I am in favor of this trend and have been for all of my 23 years as an Ottawa resident. I also appreciate that the city acknowledges the numerous benefits of the Little Free Libraries: literacy, recycling, community building. However, I'm concerned about certain details set out in the proposed amendments, and I hope the city will rethink them. On the topic of planting consumables, at this time, the city does not permit growing consumables in the right of way, and yet it acknowledges that allowing this relates to improving food security and says it will consider reviewing the policy in the future. Why not now? Food is increasingly expensive and food security is increasingly under threat. The city cites concerns of contamination, but if this is the case, the bylaw could state that growing consumables is at the individual's risk, or permit raised beds. Raised beds provide the opportunity to bring in new soil and compost that hasn't been subjected to whatever toxicity may be on site. Also prevents the soil from taking on salt during winter. Additionally, raised beds can make gardening accessible to mobility challenged persons. One more community building action. The city proposes to allow only soft landscaping. Numerous residents already have hard landscaping in the right of way, whether it is to retain soil, create a raised bed, or simply landscape. I can see that the city's stated concern is with snow removal operations, so why not allow for the hardscaping within a reasonable distance from the curb or snow removal routes? Next, the city also proposes that no plants will be permitted to exceed a maximum height of 3/4 of a meter. I ask you to rethink these height restrictions. I'm going to be repeating what other people have said basically, but as the Kids Ottawa Gatineau organization said, the city could instead limit the height restrictions in the visibility triangles for corners and driveways, and then increase them for other areas of the right-of-way. Regarding the proposed minimum distance from existing elements within the right-of-way, I'm a bit baffled. When considering my small plot of land in center town and reviewing the minimum distance requirements and other proposed amendments, I don't know what to do. Will I only be able to plant on a postage-sized stamp portion of my yard? I have a city tree in front of my house. No planting within a meter radius from that trunk leaves me with extremely little room to plant in my yard, which would be boring. I ask myself if these amendments are more suitable for the suburban and rural areas in our city. What to do about center town? Okay, finally, little free libraries. I have 1 minute left. If we don't make the little free libraries more easily accessible to neighbors and passersby, how effective will that be? Could you please rethink the restrictions on their placement? If a phone box can be on a corner lot and very close to the roadway, why not a little free library? Again, I'm asking the city to be more flexible with the proposed amendments and to make sure it prioritizes community, biodiversity, and food security. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you for your delegation today. Seeing no hands up, thank you for coming out today. And I'll move on to Kathy Vandergrift. And I believe there's a presentation that will get loaded up before we commence.
Good morning. Am I to start?
Morning, Kathy. We're just pulling up your presentation that you submitted. And when the presentation's up, when you begin speaking, your 5 minutes will begin. Great. Please proceed.
My name is Kathy Vandergrift. I live at 937 Alpine. I would like to make 3 points based on my recent experience with a pollinator garden. First is that changing this bylaw to allow maximum flexibility is much needed and very important. After a major sewer project upended most of my front yard for 3 years, I wanted to plant a pollinator garden instead of grass sod. The landscaper hired by the City of Ottawa agreed with me on 2 points. One, grass sod would require regular fertilizing and watering and not much chance of success. Secondly, what I suggested as ground cover and perennial would be much preferred for this location. The current bylaw was a barrier to doing what was the best option for my lot. Changing the current bylaw to allow maximum flexibility and on what can be planted is much needed and very important. In fact, I would suggest that in addition to permitting the use of other plants, the City of Ottawa should consider providing incentives for the use of more sustainable options than grass sod. I would like to ask you to consider changing 2 specific overly restrictive proposals. The first is the restriction on the first meter from a roadway without a curb. Requiring grass for the first meter from a roadway is not practical for someone who wants to develop another type of garden, and it is not necessary. There are other solutions for the 2 legitimate concerns: people exiting parked vehicles and damage during snow removal. There are other ground covers that can handle some foot traffic as well as grass and can be as easily or more easily replanted if damaged during snow removal. There is no good reason to prohibit everything else. Other provisions already specify height restrictions to protect sight lines, and that replacement is the responsibility of the resident. So I recommend removing this restriction. And if you feel you need specific qualifications for the first meter, make them very specific to what needs to be prevented. The second is restrictions on areas under trees. I appreciate protection of the tree roots, but that can be done by other ground covers as well or better than grass sod. Requiring sod for areas under a tree is impractical for many gardeners. It's not necessary, not adequately justified. Limitations on digging are justified to protect tree roots, but the bylaw should not prevent the use of ground covers that often thrive better than grass sod. This provision will make my new pollinator garden, developed in cooperation with the city, non-compliant. I had other grass cover in the area under the city-owned tree, and what you can see from the slide I provided, it was replaced and expanded following the sewer project. This is an improvement for sustainability. Why should it be illegal? So my recommendation is to remove those restrictions. And when you need to have specific requirements, that they be directly related to what needs to be protected. These points illustrate the basic change needed. Grass sod should not be the norm, and everything else considered somewhat deviant to be regulated. The principle should be the best option for the circumstances, and the only restrictions are ones that are justified and relate specifically to what is harmful. And I'll just make a note. I biked through my neighborhood last night. I think on almost every block, there are front yards that would be, that violate portions of this bylaw. Yet they are not a problem. No one has a problem with them. So we should be much more flexible than this bylaw allows. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We do have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Kathy, for coming out and demonstrating and showing us your beautiful garden. And we know what it looked like a couple of years ago because it was a great big hole in front of your house as the city did a major infrastructure project to replace a trunk sewer. So we appreciate this. And I appreciate you bringing this example because city needs to work with residents in cases like this where you're replacing a lawn. What do you see as the most important amendment that needs to be done to what is being proposed today?
Well, I specifically addressed the amendment to limit gardening to within 1 meter of the roadway where there isn't a curb. Lots of our streets don't have curbs, and it makes it very impractical. I think the one under the trees, I guess I would argue for making it as expansive as possible with as few limitations as possible. I did not speak to growing food, but frankly, I have some edibles planted in the middle there. You probably don't even see them. Why? Why violate? Why not allow that? Does that make sense?
Yeah, yes. And guilty too, as I've told you before. Without even knowing it, I inherited a house with a garden in the front. So appreciate your contribution here and as a living example of how we should be moving forward, particularly about ground cover under trees, that we have to move away from grass. I appreciate that.
Well, the grass was not sustainable. I had started ground cover simply because the grass was not working. So why should I be forced back to grass, back to watering and fertilizing when the other solution is preferred, also from the city's perspective?
No, absolutely. I appreciate it. And thank you for your delegation today.
You're most welcome.
Thank you, Kathy. I see no further questions. Thank you for coming out. Next, we have Kate Ninat, and I see you online, Kate. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Kate, and I'm the coordinator of the Community Gardening Network. I'm here to address the negative impact that these proposed updates will have on food security in Ottawa. Last Friday, I attended the city's Poverty Reduction Roundtable. One of the repeated themes throughout the session was the need to find innovative, proactive, and ambitious solutions to urgent issues faced by residents in Ottawa, including food security. Councillor Dudas spoke of a resident that she met who is forced to choose between paying rent or buying healthy food, including fruits and vegetables, for her children. We all have the opportunity here today to actively support residents with a policy supporting growing our own food at a time when food costs are consistently rising, and yet the proposed bylaw before us instead explicitly prohibits growing any food in the right-of-way. Ottawa varies greatly from the densely populated urban core to the spacious suburban and to the rural countryside. In some areas, the right-of-way may be the only land access a resident has to be able to grow food. It may be difficult for those that are in a position of privilege to understand the impact that an additional few feet of land can make in food production. But for those of us that have been put in the position where growing food is the only cost-effective way to access certain fresh produce that we want our families to eat, we know that this space can make all the difference. At the onset of the pandemic, as a service worker at the time, I found myself out of work or on limited hours due to closure requirements. My partner and I were new parents, and we found ourselves struggling with food security due to the cost of living and sudden decreased income. Growing food was our primary source of fresh produce at this time, and we could not afford it otherwise. While we were lucky enough to provide for ourselves throughout those few summers, we found ourselves struggling with food security once again when the growing seasons ended. Our right-of-way takes up the front half of our yard, and this space has made a significant impact on our ability to grow more food for our family and supplement our groceries well into the winter months. Our situation was not unique, and we had the privilege to endure a particularly difficult time because of our land access. Residents from all walks of life are experiencing issues with food security, and my story does not compare to the struggles most are facing or will face. These circumstances are becoming more common with the cost of living continuing to rise. With the serious lack of affordable housing, many residents are overextending themselves to pay for a place to live, which will inherently lead to increased food insecurity as they balance housing with food costs. In my position as coordinator of the Community Gardening Network, I speak to residents daily about finding available plots to access for growing food. Community gardens around the city are at capacity with waiting lists that can be upwards of 2 to 3 years before access is available. While we are working hard to open new community gardens on lands, including city stewarded land, and we'll seek support from council on this when the report comes to you later this year, this will not be sufficient. We need to be providing more solutions to support residents to grow food wherever possible and open up the possibility for them to access space that may otherwise be unused. The proposed updates were intended to expand the opportunities for residents to garden in the right-of-way, but they are instead unnecessarily prohibitive. This bylaw review needs to be approached from an inclusionary perspective, not a restrictive one. Instead of prohibiting growing food, using structures to retain soil, or planting fruit and nut trees, the updates need to explicitly allow these activities with clear guidelines that ensure the safety of residents and effective access for utilities and road maintenance, and communicate the residents' assumed risks and best practices for partaking in this activity. In addition, I'd like to read a quote on accessibility directly from the report that was presented. Through its accessibility policy, the City of Ottawa is committed to providing equal treatment to people with disabilities with respect to the use and benefit of city services, programs, and goods in a manner that respects their dignity and that is equitable in relation to the broader public. Allowing residents to install raised beds will provide this equitable access to gardening in the right-of-way and will actively support those with mobility challenges to participate. We have the benefit of being able to refer to policies that other cities have adopted, which all have found ways to support residents to grow food in the right-of-way. Victoria, Vancouver, Oshawa, Calgary, just to name a few. We need Ottawa to cement itself as a city that also supports its residents to grow their own food through policy that uses cross-cutting, proactive, positive, inclusive, and facilitative solutions. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you very much, Kate. Seeing no questions, thank you for your delegation today. Next up, we have Christy Ross. Hi, Christy. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Oh, sorry. Just a second. Can we just there we go. Sorry. All right. Sorry for that slight delay. Good morning, committee members. My name is Christy Ross, and I'm an environmental and land use planning lawyer. I was retained by Just Food to provide legal advice on liability related to growing edible or consumable plants in the right-of-way, and then mechanisms to reduce that liability. It's a positive advancement that the proposed bylaw wording will help address the climate crisis. However, we are currently also in the midst of a serious food security and affordability crisis. The right to food has been recognized as a fundamental human right, and the United Nations has noted that the right to food can be secured by enabling people to grow their own food. The right-of-way is in some cases, particularly in Ottawa's densest neighborhoods, the only viable land available for gardening. Other municipalities in Canada permit the growing of edible plants and landscaping structures, such as planting beds, within the right-of-way. I believe that Ottawa can adopt similar policies in a way that minimizes risk and liability. According to recent Supreme Court of Canada's decisions, municipalities are shielded from liability in negligence lawsuits when they make what's known as policy decisions. Policy decisions involve the complex balancing of competing interests and include the drafting of legislation as well as municipal bylaws. The cases I'm referring to draw a distinction between these types of decisions and operational decisions, which would be more commonly understood as deciding how and when to plow snow or clear sidewalks. In choosing to pass this bylaw, City Council is balancing broad economic, social, environmental, and financial policy issues. And as a result, this would be a policy decision shielded from liability. In addition, succeeding in negligence claims against a municipality is challenging. There must be evidence that the harm was caused by the negligent act and that it was not the result of another factor. Courts also consider if the person contributed to the harm, such as choosing to garden in a right-of-way. In addition, the harm must not be too remote, meaning that there's no liability if the harm cannot be reasonably anticipated from the actions. A classic example of this is an oil spill in water. If there's a person welding on an adjacent or far away dock, that welding produces a spark and the dock burns down. That's not seen as quite remote. Council members should not make policy decisions to prohibit structures in the right-of-way to eliminate all legally remote situations. If this were done, there'd be very little municipal infrastructure within our city. We all agree that no one wants the citizens of Ottawa to get sick from eating vegetables that are grown in contaminated soil. However, there are many ways of avoiding this liability that have successfully been adopted in other municipalities, most notably Victoria. Planting edible plants in landscaping structures, such as a planter box with clean soil, would reduce that liability. To further limit liability, the bylaw can also regulate the design of these structures, require them to be kept in good repair, prohibit loose rocks, et cetera, et cetera. Structures can also be regulated so the total height of the blocks and plants do not interfere with sight lines. The city has a lot of experience with navigating around piles of snow. Surely we can find solutions to seed past plants. In the city's current zoning bylaw, city planters are considered soft landscaping for the purposes of meeting the minimum requirements for front yard soft landscaping in the R4 zone. So I would submit that it's unfair to have different rules in different parts of the city. In the case of growing food directly in the soil, the bylaw and or guidelines that are passed with it should recommend there be hand digging only, the addition of clean topsoil, the use of mulch and compost, both of which reduce the uptake of contaminants, and education on soil testing and when and where it may be helpful. Once again, this approach is used in other Canadian municipalities, such as Victoria. Comprehensive guidelines are the best way to reduce risk and liability and are less onerous for citizens. However, if this is not considered sufficient, city staff could require a signed letter of acknowledgement before planting edible plants and or before placing structures in the right-of-way, similar to what's being proposed for free libraries. Finally, the bylaw should include an indemnity clause acknowledging a number of things, including that the city cannot guarantee the suitability of the right-of-way for growing food. The consumption of edible plants is done at the gardener's own risk. Any garden or structure can be removed by the city or utility without compensation. And by engaging in right-of-way gardening, you, the gardener, agree to comply with all provisions of the bylaw and any guidelines that are published and waive any and all claims related to the city. So I urge the city to follow the lead of other municipalities and permit edible plants and structures in the right-of-way. I remind you that municipalities are not liable for policy decisions. And I also ask that when making a decision, that this council not allow the fear of liability to stop you from making a policy decision that would enable the safe growing of food in the right-of-way and address food security. Those are my comments. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you for your delegation today. Seeing no questions, thank you for coming out, and we'll move along to Mo Garna.
All right, thank you.
while we look around for, oh, there's Mel. Great.
Sorry,
Nina,
folks, I
for this
lost.
place, you got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Sorry, I lost your sound there for a moment. Thanks for the technical support, Rosa. So what I would like to start, thanks for bringing this to the attention here of all of us. I want to start in honoring Indigenous Peoples Day yesterday, which reminds settlers of the need for action to meet truth and reconciliation goals. I wish to start this delegation by stating concerns identified about enforcing colonial turf grass in all setback areas, relegating native species to this land as a secondary status. And this would be including ground covers, medicinals, foods. We are unclear if Indigenous consultation occurred as part of this review, and noting that it is all about land access and stewardship, we are asking that this be made explicit, and if unmet, that this partnership be part of this review. So building upon what everyone said, the main thing that I will be focusing on is equity. So Just Food has been a partner with the city and specifically with bylaw partners and policymakers over the past 20 years on food policy. This includes direct aligning of our front yard gardening website to the enforcement practices that bylaw has engaged in over the better part of this 20-year period that we were engaged in this. So the concern that we want to raise here as an equity concern is that when you put a bylaw that is stating no hardscaping, no food, no trees, and that does not align with enforcement practices, which I will discuss a bit more, this raises serious equity issues. It also puts, as we've been mentioning, a violation of the bylaw to thousands of homes. And so that already existed with the no hardscaping rule. Bylaw has been silent on this issue for the past 20 years of food production and is now explicitly stating that this is not, that it is prohibited. And this at a time when, as you've been hearing and you know full well, food security issues are rising, mounting, and serious. So bylaw has actually come to my house based on neighbor complaint about what was identified as tall weeds. It was amaranth, and I was growing it for a new Canadian family who had arrived into Blackburn Hamlet and wanted food of choice, unavailable in grocery stores. I am white, I'm English speaking, I'm a homeowner, I'm comfortable speaking with a uniformed officer who came to my house unexpectedly, I'm comfortable speaking with others, and I'm intimately familiar with this bylaw, which, you know, only 0.1% of the population would be. But if any of these attributes is missing, it creates an equity issue with enforcement, which then has led to inequitable requirements to remove planter boxes, to remove food, to not have access to the right of road to grow food. We're seeing from staff that they are suggesting they need more time, seeing what evidence is used in other municipalities. But as you've seen from a broad group of organizations and community experts, this work has been done. These answers are here. We have built a consensus as directed by Councillor King across broad expertise to come up with excellent recommendations to deal with the liability concerns, which were identified by both staff and councillors, and which our colleague Christy Ross has just outlined, are not the issue that should be preventing this. It is a legal remote issue. It is a policy issue that protects you. And we need this council to focus on the policy benefits that accrue from ensuring food production for all in the right of way, which necessitates the ability to have structures to retain soil, whether that's demarcation, whether that's a raised planter bed, to allow for clean soil where it is not available right now, recognizing some yards it is, as well as education with partners that are all around your table here that are interested in partnering with you to ensure that residents know the guidelines to plant food, edible and non-edible plants, including trees in the right-of-way while maintaining this area for proper utility and road maintenance. We recognize that this is a liability that we take on ourselves as homeowners, and we want to share in that stewardship. The issues of equity, diversity, and inclusion here are manyfold. You've heard about accessibility issues. You've heard about Indigenous inclusion. You've heard, not yet, about the need that when this information comes out, we just found out about it 3 weeks ago, not as a partner, but sort of through the grapevine, we could have engaged broader communities, specifically ethnoculturally diverse communities, to engage in solutions and to identify interests in maintaining this right of row access for food production. So with all of this, we are asking you to please send staff back to work further on this report, but to come back very quickly. This does not have to take long. It can be a 3-month maximum to bring back these concerns in a way that brings us all forward. Thanks so much.
Great. Thank you, Mo. Thanks for your delegation. Seeing no hands up, thank you for coming out today. Next up, we have Jeff Collins.
Hi there. Thank you so much for having me on the panel today. Thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Jeff Collins. Can you hear me there? Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate what everyone is saying, and things are coming from a really fantastic standpoint regarding food security and home ownership, which are real issues. But what I wanted to cover was the fact that I am a business owner. I run Rewild Landscapes, which is a landscaping company focused on reintroducing native plants, rewilding spaces, and also food security. So not only will this proposal affect my clients, but it affects my business. And coming from that standpoint, I'm a small business. This is fairly new. And as a city, I believe that we want to support small businesses. So there are other businesses that are looking to do what I'm doing. They're looking to remove turf grass, because turf grass is the #1 most invasive species across the world, right? Like, we don't live in Edwardian times anymore. We don't need to have a lawn. So really where I'm coming from is the fact that I have clients who want this service, who want to pay for this. So it's going to hinder me as a small business. Further, I am 1/4 of a member of a not-for-profit called Future Roots Co-op. And our whole idea, our whole business model is to support people in these situations who are struggling with food security, to help them build infrastructure. We want to go into public spaces and build infrastructure where people can have autonomy, have food sovereignty, and have the ability to build community. And that's another thing that I believe that this proposal will hinder, is the ability to build community. With the fact that the little libraries are being pushed back, I think that is a hindrance to building community. The fact that people won't be allowed to grow food. I grew up in poverty. If it wasn't for growing food on my front yard, and if it wasn't for my neighbors growing food on their front yard and sharing it with each other, I would not be in the position that I am to speak with you today. So speaking as a professional in this field, I really see a need for it. And I think that the basis around snow removal is completely inflated, because there are these gardens already installed that are getting covered in snow and are not having issues. Further, I think the idea around liability can easily be waived for people growing food. And I grew up in a township that the bylaw never came to check on our soil quality. So I don't think that this is an area where the government needs to take that control. And I believe that homeowners are wise enough to know that that soil can be contaminated. As well, I do soil testing for my clients to tell them if soil is contaminated, what we can do to remediate and make it a safe place for them to use. Because not only are the right of ways contaminated, but a lot of people's backyards are too, because of past usage, what it was before it was turned into a condominium property, or what it was, before expansion, before all of these other types of construction. So contamination exists in other areas besides the right of way, and people are growing food there, taking that risk because they can't afford to go to the grocery store. Like, we're in a cost of living crisis. Everyone said it. So I just want to say thank you for letting me speak today as a business owner. And I really hope to see a revision to this proposal.
Thank you, Jeff, for coming out today. Seeing no questions, thank you for your delegation. Our next delegate is Bill Brown.
Can I be heard and seen now?
Yes, you can, Mr. Brown. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours, and we have received your document that has been shared with committee as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Bill Brown. I live in Centertown, where I've gardened in the right-of-way for 30 years now. And when my visitors crow about Ottawa's beauty, I know they're not talking about my Ottawa. They're talking about the NCC's Ottawa. But strip away their astonishing flower beds, their rockeries, ornamental gardens, canals, parkways, and there's really not much left to crow about. Except, of course, if you're a pedestrian. Then you can be delighted at every turn by what citizens have done with their front yards, including, in many cases, the city's right-of-way. Though your proposed regulations say they are meant to expand options for such gardening, their chilling effect will have the opposite. Who's going to begin gardening, something that's more art than science, when their most important tool will be the measuring tape? How high, how far, how close, how solid, how noxious? If you rent like I do, your landlord can nix your dreams. If you live on an arterial road, well, don't even think about it. If you, like my husband and I, have spent the past 30 years cultivating a garden in the right-of-way with what are now deemed non-complying elements, well, too bad. They've got to go. No matter that our garden used to be a patch of mud, no matter it has been given an award by the city itself, no matter that recently the Ottawa Horticultural Society designated it Garden of the Year, no matter that hundreds who walk through on their way to enjoy its cool beauty call it an oasis, a haven, a heaven, these new rules would gut it. All gardening in the right-of-way must comply, no matter. There's been much talk of the proposal about needing access to utilities. Well, during our garden's 30-year history, our street was completely dug up by the city, and the workers openly admired the garden and were happy to work around it. The same sensitivity and care happened when a new water pipe had to be laid through the garden's core. There was not a word of complaint. The thing is, it's a bit rich to hear this from a municipal government which hasn't a gardening bone in its body. When redoing roadways as calming measures, it usually drops unsightly concrete planters and then leaves them to the weeds. But better still, look at Elgin Street's renewal. Into the lovely new design, the city inserted attractive and expensive granite rim beds, which stretch up and down the length of Elgin, all done in periwinkle, a plant considered by most gardeners to be invasive. But even tough periwinkle and at least a half a dozen of the trees couldn't survive the city's neglect. Within a year, Elgin Street was a scattering of dead trees with beds of weeds strangling out the periwinkle. Even your dazzling yellow hosta beds at the museum's formal corner were abandoned to the mercy of 2-foot-high noxious weeds. If you make no other amendment, I urge the committee to grandfather current right-of-way gardens. But also ask yourselves, what problems were these new regulations meant to solve? How many complaints? How many accidents? How many service interruptions? Then ask if these changes have been filtered through our climate emergency declared in 2019. And while I appreciate the staff Googling best practices, how many current right-of-way gardeners were interviewed? How many kilometers walked to imagine the effect of gutting non-compliant gardens? My hope in speaking up, while I hope these proposed regulations will be quashed or at least amended, I also hope that in the same manner my neighbors have ignored the last set of regulations and went about using their free time, their muscles, their creativity, and money to make something out of a bleak right-of-way. I have hope these same good folk will continue to garden in ways that respect basic elements of ecology, biodiversity, food security, heat island effect, and beauty. There is nothing in this legislation that would nurture or encourage the beautification of our city. But maybe if our past indicates a way forward, we can be confident that were council to agree to these changes, as with the past regulations, these new ones will also be ignored by both city and citizens. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your delegation today. Seeing no questions, thank you for coming out.
Okay.
Next, we have Carrie Ann Murphy.
Hello, good morning, and thank you. I will be speaking specifically to the proposed prohibition on growing consumables or edibles, as I prefer to call them, in the right-of-way. I would like to acknowledge that many Ottawa residents who would be impacted by this bylaw amendment are not present today, and I would like to try to bring some of their perspectives to this discussion. I share my personal story to help you understand the impact these bylaws and their enforcement can have on Ottawa residents. I will be echoing some of Mo Garham and Christy Ross's comments, so I hope it's still helpful. So I retired from the Canadian Army for medical reasons in 2016. In 2017, we bought a new house in Ottawa South, and at the time, my vocational rehabilitation plan, I was studying sustainable urban horticulture and sustainable urban agriculture. So my final project was to redo my front yard, do it sustainably, and do it in a way that sustained not only the animals, the plants, the bees, but my family also. I had 3 young children. And so within about a week or so of completing my front yard vegetable garden, I had bylaw come and visit, I had my notice, and I had to deal with all of that. I had made every effort. I had read bylaws cover to cover. I had looked for every existing regulation that would cover yards. Somehow it escaped me to look into the use and care of roads bylaw to figure out what I should do for gardening my front yard. And it turns out, after discussing with the bylaw officer, that my right-of-way is 17 feet of my yard from the curb. And so that is essentially most of my front yard, and we're not in Centertown. We're nowhere near Centertown, but it was most of my yard nonetheless, which was not expected. I'm someone who I immediately recognized my privilege. I grew up in Ottawa. I understand the system. I knew where to look for these regulations, and I didn't find these. So I think there needs to be more effort on making these findable, understandable, readable, usable. But nonetheless, we discussed and we compromised, and it took quite a bit of time for the bylaw officer himself to even find the exact measurements that would apply to my yard, to find the specific regulations I was supposedly violating, and then to figure out together that I wasn't completely in violation and that we could make it work, mostly as a result of me pointing out that almost all of my neighbors were also in violation in some form or another of these bylaws. And so how would it be fair to proceed with fines or removal in my own yard? So I knew throughout this whole process, however stressful it was and however much I planned and tried to avoid dealing with bylaw, I knew we'd be fine and I knew we'd be okay. I had the education, the language, the cultural background, but not everybody in Ottawa would feel the same and would feel comfortable dealing with law enforcement this way. Our complaint-based enforcement with anonymous complaints is very unjust, and it's very inequitable, as others have pointed out. So I would like to end with a few points I'm hoping can be addressed. First, from my own experience, why are gardening regulations in our use and care of roads bylaw? Who is going to find them there if anyone wants to actually comply? How would the average resident or a newcomer know which part of their property is considered the right of way? Many people I've spoken to assume it's about 4 feet. It is not. For us, it's 17 feet, which is almost everything right up to my garage. If we're not making regulations that can be found, understood, and followed by the average resident, how can we consider enforcement measures to be fair? And next, specific to edibles, what's the intent of a blanket prohibition on edibles in the right of way? If the primary purpose is to reduce liability for the city, there are far better ways to achieve these means, and we can provide residents with clear guidance on sustainable land uses that are already happening. If the primary purpose is actually safety, then there are other ways to do this, including funding soil testing facilities, recommending annual soil testing. There are many other ways, and I would still support a prohibition, maybe 1 meter from the roadway if snow removal and salt is an issue. But a blanket prohibition, in my opinion, makes no sense. Finally, as an avid gardener, I feel I should mention that it's a little absurd for the blanket prohibition in the first place, because there are so many common plants that are edible. Are we now banning dandelions and sunflowers? For example, I have many friends who use these in their food every day. And you might say that, that would be absurd. Common plants would not be prohibited. But where is the line, and who gets to draw it? And who's going to feel safe gardening when we don't know where the line is anymore? For myself, my healing journey continued after this saga. I completed my law degree last year, and I was called to the bar last week. I am one of Ontario's newest lawyers, and I plan to keep speaking up for those who cannot. Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation today. Seeing no questions, thank you for coming out and making that deputation. Next, we have Philippa McDonald. Great, you have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Hi, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today, especially considering the number of delegates. I really appreciate everyone here to listen. And I'm speaking to you from unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin, Anishinaabe territory. My name is Philippa, and I'm a university student. So a lot of, or everything that I wanted to say has been spoken today, but I just want to reemphasize what my fellow delegates have highlighted. Focusing on solutions to concerns and crucial benefits of urban gardening and land stewardship. Permitting under certain guidelines the gardening of food on the right-of-way or boulevards, whether that's vegetable or herb gardens, fruit or nut trees, would bolster food security and resiliency in our city. There is skepticism about gardening food on the right-of-way or boulevards, as discussed, but the concern over contamination of fuel exhaust or road salt on the food has been well covered. And I just want to reiterate that when it comes to contamination by car emissions, everything that I've been reading, it's all dependent on what street you're on. So the blanket ban isn't necessary. Across the board, Ottawa is beautifully diverse. So the risk of contamination by car emissions on food produced will really depend most on the proximity to the road, the level of traffic, and the state of the soil. And this is where restrictions, recommendations, and guidelines come in to mitigate those risks. And there's suggestions from cities across the world, but I'm taking some from the city of Vancouver that permits gardening on boulevards and right-of-ways. So either requiring or encouraging raised beds or garden boxes. This ensures soil quality from the start and reduces road debris contamination like salt. Encouraging soil testing as well. Amendments to the bylaw should definitely consider smaller restrictions on the proximity to the road that food can be grown. What I've read again and again, and as we've heard today, is that most of the risk of contamination is already mitigated by washing the food after harvesting, which most of us do anyway with food from the grocery store. Risk mitigation can be clearly outlined to citizens. The urgent matter is that the growing inaccessibility to nutritious and affordable food. And the cost of living, as we know, is very high. So permitting under certain guidelines the growing of food would be offering an empowering option for our population who do not otherwise have access to adequate plantable spaces. Gardening has been proven to improve the quality of life of citizens through mental and physical health benefits, in turn reducing long-term the strain on our public health system, as citizens have access to that more nutritious, affordable food, access to green space, improved air quality, access to a hobby, an activity they care about, and community connection. The increased biodiversity added through urban gardening as well is another exciting benefit, providing habitat and nourishment for pollinators, and supports existing agriculture or urban agriculture and gardening. So I'll cap it there. I think permitting gardens in the right of way and on boulevards is an option worth taking into consideration and investigating. So that's all I have for you today, but thank you very much for listening.
Great. Thank you very much for coming out. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your delegation today. Next is Lola Price. Forgive me, Iola. It's good.
Yes, it is Iola.
Perfect.
I'm ready to go.
Wonderful. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I am a retired biologist and a former senior manager in the federal public service. I'm also a former president of the Ontario Invasive Plant Council, and I've been part of the teams writing most of their best management practices documents. I'm speaking, though, today on my own behalf. You have my written presentation, and I hope you've read it, so I'm only going to speak to the invasive plant issue. Municipalities are granted power to designate local plants as weeds or invasive under both the Building Code Act and the Weed Control Act. And then, of course, there is the Invasive Species Act. Ontario needs to set an example to other municipalities and use the plants listed in Appendix A to my presentation, which uses and then goes beyond the Auditor General's 2022 report. So I hope you will read and use the best management or the Grow Me Instead document published by the Ontario Invasive Plant Council. It provides a lot of information that you and your staff could use. All of the plants listed there are invasive in my presentation, and they should not be used in boulevard gardens. I'm talking about Appendix A. I've grouped them according to their life form, herbaceous, vine, or tree, recognizing in some cases there are overlaps in the life form and shrubs can take on tree characteristics. In my view, the city does not have to rely on current provincial legislation or regulation in order to prohibit species not already legislated from being planted. If species identification is an issue, I can help solve that problem. Just contact me. I've been working on invasive plant species problems since the 1990s. I also am in general agreement with the CAFE, cafes, POP, and Just Food positions that trees producing edible fruit should be permitted on rights of way, not just in the back garden. Ottawa spends a lot of money, over $1 million, on invasive plant control, most of that on wild parsnip control program, which I support, by the way. There should be no permit required for boulevard gardens. We don't need money spent to run that initiative. Spend it on invasive plant control instead. To speak to an issue that's somewhat peripheral to today's bylaw consideration, the city should go beyond the control of wild parsnip and start control programs on the 4 species that I think should not be planted: buckthorn, garlic mustard, dog strangling vine, and Japanese knotweed. There is very, very little effort made by city staff to control those big 4. There are many citizens who are anxious to control these plants on municipal properties, but they're in limbo for a variety of bureaucratic reasons. Again, I'm willing to help in order to get control programs started. Finally, in my written submission, I note that ice and snow is left piled up against fire hydrants. So why is soft landscaping a problem? Winter in Ottawa is much longer than summer. So pay attention to the larger problem, which is snow and ice, which can damage fire hydrants and other installations. And if you really want to be helpful, get the city staff working to clear the fire hydrants of snow and ice so that, in fact, if there is a fire, the firemen can get to it quickly. That ends my presentation, and I would be pleased to answer questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I don't see any hands up on my board. Thank you for your delegation today. Next, we have Chris Nanda. Okay, Chris Nanda. We're going to move on to the next delegation, Heather McLeod McMurray. And she's on the line right now.
Hello, thank you so much for having me today. My name is Heather McLeod Kilmurray. I'm a lawyer and a professor teaching at the Faculty of Law at the University of Ottawa with an expertise on food law and policy and sustainable food. I'm an Ottawa homeowner who would like to see the allowance of both landscaping and food growing in the rights of way. But today I'm speaking to you as a member of the Ottawa Food Policy Council. The OFPC has the mandate to enable a broader and more coherent discussion and elaboration of policies related to food in the Ottawa region using a system-wide food lens. Our values were set through a resident and organization collective impact process with City of Ottawa and Ottawa Public Health both participating partners. And these values include social justice and equity, health and well-being, social, economic, and environmental sustainability, social diversity and inclusivity, education about food and food systems, collaboration, and planning processes that support long-term sustainability and ready access to food. And we trust that this term of council continues to share these grave concerns with us. We join many of the other presenters today in being pleased to see the city reviewing these bylaws, and we appreciate the opportunity to speak about it. And it's been very exciting to see so much engagement from such a wide variety of people in the region on this important issue. So last May in 2022, the committee directed staff to report back on a comprehensive review of the feasibility of permitting resident or community group landscaping projects within the right-of-way, as well as recommendations concerning its implementation, necessary internal resources, bylaw amendments, procedural and permitting requirements, and analysis of recommendations for any broader programs or funding that could support these. The Ottawa Food Policy Council was wondering why a comprehensive review of this bylaw over the past year did not include a review with concrete recommendations to grow food within the right-of-way. We were also disappointed that the Ottawa Food Policy Council was not consulted as a key stakeholder, given our focus on municipal policies related to food and our capacities to assist in these areas as food policy councils do in other cities around the country and across the world. I found out about this bylaw review and the Engage Ottawa process through a neighborhood chat listserv only 3 weeks ago, just days before consultation closed. And this provided insufficient time for the Ottawa Food Policy Council to engage meaningfully, including by helping to reach more marginalized residents for their engagement on this issue. However, in the past 3 weeks, the Ottawa Food Policy Council, working as part of a broad People's Official Plan coalition of concerned organizations, was able to conduct an environmental scan of municipal policies, discuss how best to meet city concerns regarding liability, safety, clarity, develop a resident engagement page, albeit only in English in the short time we had, and we have found consensus on fair guidelines that provide win-win solutions for both the city and residents, noting a serious concern among residents that this issue be resolved as soon as possible to support food production in the right-of-way. The OFPC agrees with many of the co-benefits that other speakers have highlighted so effectively today. I had intended to particularly emphasize the food security, access, and justice issues relating to the increasing cost of food, the growing numbers of food insecurity in Ottawa, particularly among children and racialized groups, and to note that barriers to food access are not only economic, but include physical and social barriers, such as access to land. Therefore, the Ottawa Food Policy Council is asking this committee for the following. We would like to see the committee amend the proposal to change the bylaw to include hardscaping, including raised garden beds for food production and the planting of fruit and nut trees, to be allowed on front and side yards, including in the right-of-way, using the excellent guidelines presented to you earlier this week. And we would like this to come back to committee and council for approval within 3 months of today, so as to improve the bylaw, but without adding unnecessary delay. Secondly, we ask that the bylaw be enabling and transparent to all residents and match enforcement among different actors in the food system to avoid unequal access and unequal enforcement, as has already been highlighted by other speakers. Thousands of these gardens exist, and unequal enforcement is a food justice issue. Thirdly, we ask that city staff proactively reach out to the Ottawa Food Policy Council as an ongoing external stakeholder and partner so that we can proactively identify solutions where farming and food policies are concerned. And finally, that this committee be vocal about the need for a term of council priority to develop a food lens and food strategy for Ottawa to avoid these gaps and unnecessary delays in policy making at a time when food security and food justice issues are significantly increasing. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you.
Right down to the second. Thank you very much. Seeing no questions, thank you for your delegation today. Our final delegate today is Marianne Arginello. Just wait for her to come online. Hi, Marianne. You have 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Great, thank you. I am so happy to be here today. I'm representing Ottawa South Eco Action Network, and we have been working alongside For Our Kids Ottawa Gatineau to bring forward this bylaw reform for the last 20 months. It's been it's something we've been looking forward to for a very long time. Many of our residents in River Ward, Alta Vista Ward, and Gloucester Southgate have been found to be non-compliant with this bylaw due to planting and sustainably tending this city-owned land. These complaints, which seemed so misaligned with the city's declaration of a climate emergency, are what motivated us to begin this advocacy. You have already heard many excellent presentations, and I would like to explicitly thank Councillors Dudas, King, and Johnson for bringing forth many of the recommendations suggested by the People's Official Plan, which we also agree with. And I would love to see one more motion put forth, or at least one more that I'm going to talk about. And it's something that others have already echoed: increasing the plant height across the right-of-way. While municipalities should regulate vegetation on public and private property where there is a legitimate public health and safety concern, for example, the height impedes traffic sight lines, there's plant toxicity, there must be a clear mechanism by which living vegetation is designated to be a health and safety risk and therefore subject to control. If neighboring cities, such as Mississauga's successful blooming boulevards, allow boulevard plantings up to 1 meter in height, it is inappropriate that Ottawa broadly restrict plant height to 0.75 centimeters. And not simply just in visibility triangles, but everywhere, merely because it aligns with existing Ottawa zoning and fence bylaws. The city should be correlating plant height regulations with actual health, safety, and environmental hazards. While a broad restriction may simplify enforcement, it fails to actually delineate an actual risk, an area of risk, and creates an arbitrary rule based on convenience, which unreasonably restricts plant selection and represents a huge lost opportunity for biodiversity, reducing urban heat island effects, and increasing stormwater management. In many areas, the right-of-way in front of a resident's house can be more than 10 feet, or in the case of the previous delegate, Christina, up to 17 feet. Why does the city need to prohibit taller plants that are closer to the resident's private property that do not impede on sightline or have any other associated hazards? One thing that hasn't been brought up is the idea that many keystone species like asters and goldenrod, which are individually responsible for providing food and shelter for more than 70% of our local pollinators, would be prohibited by this 0.75 centimeter limit. So this is a huge opportunity that is lost for biodiversity and for our ecosystem stability. So therefore, as submitted in the POP recommendations, I would like to ask the council, the committee here, that the height restriction should be limited only to visibility triangles for corners and driveways, and that it should be aligned with a height restriction of 1.0 meters. You've been listening to a lot of us talk, and I will be short and sweet, and thank you so much for the opportunity to delegate.
Great. Thank you very much for your delegation today. Seeing no questions, thank you for coming out. So at this point of the meeting, we have the three motions that were read in by Councillor Johnson. I'm going to ask staff's opinion before we go to questions to staff. The invasive species, who worked very closely with Councillor Johnson, are you guys good with that specific motion? Thumbs up's a good indicator for sure.
Thank you, Chair. We confirm.
The little libraries, I don't think there's concurrence with staff on that specific one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the last one, gardening permitted to the edge of the roadway, staff also don't concur with that specific motion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So knowing that in front of us, you can go 5 minutes, ask your questions, and then go back on the board. First up, we have Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Chair. Hit the wrong button. Thanks, Chair. And thanks to all the delegations for your presentation and your correspondence as well. In the presentation, this is on the little libraries. It noted that they're only permitted on local roads. And I took the opportunity after the presentation to look up local roads and notice that they exclude all collector roads, which would prohibit a lot of local libraries in my community and imagine others. Can you clarify what you're intending with local roads? Was it intending to not permit them on collector roads as well?
Yeah, through the chair, that was the intent, to use the official plan definitions in relation to locals, collectors, major collectors, et cetera. So what we were thinking when we were crafting these and looping back with staff was that given the fact that we were not going to have a permit system and that there was going to be an opportunity, provided there was compliance with the regulations, to go and do these without oversight on a particular case-by-case basis, it would be limited to local roads. This said, if there was a desire to have one on a collector road, then this would be a situation where staff would need to take another look at the particular circumstances, and could come to an agreement with that resident. But there may be further regulations and further agreements that may be required in order to ensure that it can accord with the circumstances on the collector road.
Okay, the report notes parking as the concern about restricting it to local roads. Are there other concerns then beyond parking that could be an issue on anything other than local roads?
Through you, Chair, was the parking, and also just we were looking at general traffic volumes in terms of, and I say that in a very general sense, in relation to the fact that when you have these little libraries and people visiting them to take books, we wanted to ensure it was limited to a space that wasn't seeing large volumes of vehicular traffic.
I'm not convinced it's the right approach, because I think these little libraries are really, the audience or the customers of little libraries are pedestrians primarily. And I'm sure there are people who sometimes pull over to have a look, but I think this is overly restrictive, and I'm going to work on the wording, but I'm going to ask that we take out that restriction or change it, whether we can, anyways, I'll think about that and I'll come back to it. On the trees, there was a question from at least one of the delegations. So the city already plants trees on the right of way. What is the concern about allowing residents to do that on their own? Wouldn't that save city resources or save? Yeah, wouldn't that be a simple thing to allow?
Yeah, to answer your question, Councillor, through the chair, I do have a statement from our subject matter experts. So first and foremost, staff, of course, do want trees in the right of way. The city has an existing program for residential tree planting, Trees and Trust, where the city picks the appropriate species and Trees and Trust then helps with tree watering. Trees are, of course, long-term green infrastructure. It's imperative for right species to be planted in the right location with adequate setbacks. The right-of-way has many challenges for trees, including snow storage, salt, and maintaining sight lines, utilities below and above ground that must be protected. Residents may not be aware of upcoming utility and city works relative to proposed tree planting or construction projects. They may impact the site. And finally, trees planted in the right-of-way do become the responsibility of the city and need to be included in the city's tree inventory as maintenance over the life of the tree falls with forestry.
Okay, and what's the approach both now and with the new bylaw? If there are existing trees planted by residents in the right-of-way, what would happen to those trees what would happen to those trees?
To answer your question, Councillor, through the chair, so there will be no grandfathering clauses per se with updated regulations. And historically, no alterations have been permitted within the right-of-way. Enforcement has been and will continue to remain largely reactive based.
Okay, so trees could be removed. How common would that be?
Sure.
Jason?
Sorry, Chair, if I can step in on this one. As was indicated, we would certainly not proactively go and start removing trees. We're in the business of increasing our canopy, not reducing our canopy. But what we would treat those on is on a case-by-case basis to have them included in our inventory. I think the only time that we would be looking at removing a tree is if really we have significant concern with the tree, either in terms of its health or the species that's been planted.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. In the presentation, you noted that any projects would be at the resident's own risk. Is that the existing conditions or existing rule now?
Through the chair, I would say effectively yes, because right now you are not permitted to do anything under the bylaw. So what we are doing here is setting up a program and proposing a program for council's consideration where there are parameters around balancing the operational requirements of the city, our capital program, utility works, as well as the opportunities for gardening within the right-of-way, but recognizing that that space is used for utilities in terms of access, maintenance, new plant, et cetera, as well as the city having operational requirements in order to fulfill. We want to be clear with what we're proposing, that any gardening that's done on city property as a result of needing to balance all of those interests would be, yes, done at the resident's own risk. The city would not be responsible for replanting, but that said, if the city were to come through with a capital program, and in speaking with our utility partners as well, if they were to come through with work, there was no disagreement around reinstating with soil to give the resident the opportunity to replant instead of putting back turf grass or sod.
Okay, so I'm thinking of Bell and Rogers when they do utility installations. I think their usual practice is to replace as much as possible any hardscaping, gardens, and so on. So is that something voluntarily they do, or is that required for them to do then?
That is wholly voluntary.
Okay. It's interesting because it does set a different set of expectations when then a city utility work comes in and the city doesn't follow that. So the accessible height of Little Free Library is 90 centimeters to 110 centimeters. Can someone explain why that's important to have a consistent height for accessibility?
Yeah, to answer your question, Councillor, through the chair, these proposed regulations, or the height window, if you will, was designed with our accessibility office, and we also confirmed we did have a meeting with the accessible advisory committee on June 20th, and there were no concerns brought forward with the proposed height window. And those height windows were designed to mirror the Ottawa Library drop box to provide more accessibility for all users.
Okay, I'm just watching to make sure we make it as easy as possible and the fewest restrictions as possible, both for the libraries and the gardens, and trying to understand the rationale behind all these, but I may come back on later. Thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you, Councillor Gower. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair.
when it comes to the invasive species, is it actually possible to outright prohibit them?
Yeah, to answer your question through the chair, invasive species are prohibited under the proposed regulations following the Ontario Noxious Weeds List as well as the Invasive Species Act.
And okay, and are there any opportunities for partnerships with people like the RVCA or sorry, the conservation authorities, whether locally or elsewhere in Ontario, to expand the list of native species that we can be promoting or should be promoting?
Maybe if you don't mind, Chair, with respect to that question, I would defer back to the motion that's before committee with respect to the invasive species, one of which is that the list would be periodically updated and reviewed by staff. And I think as part of that exercise, staff would be looking to other conservation authorities, et cetera, to inform what those updates might be.
Thank you. With regards to one of Councillor Johnson's motions, the one that would permit, the one that's seeking, I should say, to permit gardening right up to the edge of the road where there are no curbs. There are a number of streets like that with no curbs that have a culvert before that curb, right? Before the grass meets the road, right?
Sorry, through you, Chair. Could the councillor clarify? Sorry, I didn't catch the last part.
Yep. So there are a number of streets where, there is a culvert and then it meets the road. So the gardening would not be permitted in that culvert anyway. So I guess the ultimate question I was going to ask was like, how many streets are there if we pass Councillor Johnson's motion about gardening up to the curb, up to the road where there is no curb? How many streets would actually would residents be able to actually do that on?
Chair, that's admittedly not a statistic we have. We could look to try and get that together. But really what we're trying to do here is look at what are the operational impacts in relation to what's being proposed to provide these opportunities. So you touched on, Councillor, the stormwater management in relation to the culverts, and certainly wherever there's ditches, we do not want to recommend any planting within those because of the functionality of those ditches to move the water. When it comes to those that may not have that, as was noted in the presentation, there is a concern in relation to the challenges that would be created in relation to on-street parking and the knock-on effects of that. So admittedly, while we don't have a statistic, there's a generality there on what we're looking to ensure these regulations meet in relation to our operational requirements.
Okay, thank you. I framed that question better in my head, by the way. It came out weird. So last question is, one of the public delegations had noted that municipalities are typically released from any liability when it comes to policy decisions or policy changes. However, utilities have like that legislated right to access their utilities within the right of way. If one of our policy decisions, let's say we decide to allow trees, for example, if one of those policy decisions end up impeding their access or actually damaging their assets, can the city be open to liability that way?
Chair, I'm gonna provide an answer, and then I'm gonna look to my colleagues in legal maybe to layer on. But I'll say it's difficult to identify liability without the particular case-by-case circumstances in a situation. But what I will say is that whenever we affect the above-ground access for utilities below ground, there is always a risk that the city is either running contrary to its agreements with those utilities or running afoul of the legislative rights of those utilities. And what I'll also add is that the regulations that were put forward by staff as part of this were done in consultation with the utilities. So we did consult them in relation to what their requirements were relative to what's being proposed, and this was the balance that was struck. So they are in agreement with this based on what's before you today. And
Okay,
sorry, Councillor.
No further comments from us, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Johnson did want to respond because you did include her name in your discussion.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that the motion before you in no way is advocating for gardening in ditches. I understand that is prohibited for stormwater management reasons, and that would be expected to be continued. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, staff, and to all the delegates today for their presentation. I just wanted to follow up quickly on what Councillor Johnson's motion is with respect to gardening right up to the curb. There are many streets in Gloucester Southgate Ward that do not have sidewalks, that also do not have swales, because we have an internal sidewalk system through the Greenboro pathway. Could staff maybe just elaborate on what their concerns are with gardening right up to the curb in neighborhoods like that, where we're not affecting any type of stormwater management? Particularly, I thought I heard a comment around its implications on street parking. So if you could just elaborate on that, that would be helpful for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, and some of this was highlighted in the presentation as well, but the shoulder area is used by pedestrians as well as motorists for parking where legally permitted. By maintaining that 1 meter setback requirement from the roadway edge to a residential gardening project, the shoulder area will then remain intact. On streets where a curb exists, shoulders have already been built into the roadway design up to the curb, eliminating the need for a further setback requirement. It may cause traffic issues as well on narrower roadways, resulting in concerns from residents and triggering the implementation of new on-street parking regulations, including that possibility of no parking provisions, should we allow residential gardening projects right up to the edge of the roadway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. My next question is, a lot of delegates today spoke about their desire to see us allow the planting of consumables or edibles in the right of way. And I know that staff are going to be doing a sort of a landscape scan of what other municipalities are doing. And I just want to understand the timelines around that. Is the intent to come back to committee, with recommendations, or are we delegating authority today to staff to implement something should their landscape scan suggest that we could allow consumables in the right of way?
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. I'm just going to answer because I've been chatting with OPH. So they have actually requested that Public Health Ontario undertake that review. And so we haven't heard back from them yet about a firm timeline. And obviously we can't direct them to adhere to a firm timeline, but we're hopeful that it'll come back before the end of the year. And I can follow up once we do know what that timeline was. We just didn't get confirmation before this meeting.
Okay, and then the second part of that is, will Ontario Health come back through committee, or is how will that process work?
That is a good question. They will be reporting back to Ottawa Public Health, but it could, let me get back to you on that. When I make my comments, I'll get clarification.
Thank you so much. It's just interesting with the one delegate that said that the right-of-way was 17 feet into her property. I wonder if there would be any flexibility to prohibit food growth. I think there was another delegate that had said, they would be satisfied if perhaps that first meter we don't allow food because of considerations with salt, with winter operations and so on and so forth. But 17 feet into the property seems pretty restrictive. So hopefully when the landscape scan comes back, we can be a bit more flexible on that, because it's an important part of addressing food security in our community. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Troster, actually, Councillor DeRose had his hand up physically and then got his little electric hand up. So did you want to go ahead, Councillor DeRose?
Sure, Chair. Thank you for that. This file kind of reminds me of that old politicians saying, tell me where the people are going and I will figure out how to lead them, right? I think there's already, certainly in my ward, a lot of so-called non-compliance of the policy, and it's done in a way that I don't think causes a lot of friction with the neighbors. And I think that's overall what we're trying to achieve with this policy. I'm wondering what kind of data do you have on the non-compliance? Do you have any idea in terms of how pervasive is the plantings in the right of ways? I'd have my own rough idea based on knocking on a lot of doors, but I'm curious if we have any data.
To answer your question, Councillor, through the chair, we do not have that data.
And are we, given that it is, I think, already pretty widespread, and we have kind of a look the other way policy to some extent, are we anticipating that our calls to bylaw would go down as a result of this, since it would be more of an enabling policy?
To answer your question, Councillor, again through the chair, in my conversations with other municipalities that have updated their bylaw regulations, they did not generally see an increase in service requests. I cannot comment if there was a reduced volume of service requests, but certainly not a notable increase.
Okay,
thank you.
I see some of the brass here. Yeah. Sure.
Thank you for the question. From bylaw and regulatory services perspective, we hope so. Again, you've alluded to sort of the look the other way policy. Obviously, staff have indicated that we are very reactive based. This is, from our perspective, normalizing some of our enforcement practices already that we do undertake when approaching these types of calls. So hopefully the goal here today is to formalize that process.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks for coming forward. Wonder if you could just speak to, heard some delegations talk about allowing structures and what have you, saw some photos there. And I assume that the reasons for this is that we don't want to have an impact on the drainage. And if you're new to council, those drainage alterations are horrific in terms of creating conflicts between neighbors and try to sort through. So I can understand if that's the thinking that, you know, we want to enable this, but again, to start to allow structures and what have you, potentially might get into drainage issues that again will set this up for failure. So just want to get some idea in terms of that restriction, please.
Yeah, through the chair, Councillor, that's exactly right. That is one of several issues that we're concerned about in relation to hardscaping, such as planters, et cetera. It's not just drainage, but it's also below ground access. So our right of ways, and particularly that grass boulevard, has historically and continues to be and will be in the future used for underground utilities such as gas, telecommunications, hydro, et cetera. And access to those areas needs to be maintained. And what we've tried to do here is propose a balance between opportunity for gardening while not restricting those below grade access requirements, as well as, to your point as well, not impacting the drainage issues as well on properties.
Yeah, I appreciate this this work and that approach. I want us to succeed, and I think we've, despite some of the criticism, I think we've really created the conditions for success here, which is what we want. And there's no reason why we can't revisit this, but I think this is a big step forward for us. And again, I think the conditions are for success, or not just in one part of the city, but across the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'll keep this brief because Councillor Bradley asked a lot of my questions. So I am glad to hear that we will hear soon about regulations in terms of growing food from a public health perspective, because I do agree that it's important. And I have lots of neighbors with front yard gardens who probably don't even know that they're violating the right of way. So I'm glad to hear that right now the intention is not to crack down. It's on a case by case basis. So I would like anyone who's watching this to know that the city's not going to come tear up your vegetable gardens. That's absolutely not our intention. I also happen to I'm a terrible gardener, but I do have a little free library. I've had one for years. It's very popular. And I am also probably on the city right of way and had no idea until now. Just to clarify, because I'm seeing what I think is some misinformation online, the intention is not to force people to remove their free libraries for the whole winter. Am I correct? It's just in cases where there's a collision or a problem with the snowplow?
Through the chair, it's not a requirement, but it will be a request in order to ensure we don't impede winter operations. And certainly to your point, Councillor, where there are those that do become a real operational challenge, then we will be pursuing on a more individual basis the removal of those or the moving back, depending on the scenario.
Okay, I guess it depends where in the right of way it is, because mine is close to the sidewalk and not to the road. It's never been an issue. The snow just gets piled up around it. So you're saying you're not going to require people to remove them in the winter?
That's correct. As has been noted through some of the delegations, Chair, a big part of this is education. A big part of this is awareness and understanding, and we've heard that from committee members as well. So in line with the regulations that staff have put forward today for your consideration and councils, will also be matched with an education component on the website where we will be making it clear to help people understand what their obligations are and what too are the city's recommendations to ensure that when you're doing these things within the city right of way, they're not going to impede city operations, such as what you're speaking to in relation to the little free libraries.
Okay, I guess my concern and the concern of many of the delegates who came here and a lot of us around the table is this is intended to formalize a more relaxed approach, which was already happening in practice. I think the concern is that by writing some of this down, may actually create more regulations and make it more difficult for people to do what they're already doing. And I'm not sure of a way around that, but I do support Councillor Johnson's amendments. To me, they're just common sense. And if the intention of these regulations are to formalize what people are already doing, in cases where it's not interfering with city operations, I don't see the harm. So thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So whenever we have a committee meeting where the number of delegates exceeds the number of committee members, it puts a little pressure on me to make me wonder, are we truly getting this right? So I am glad that we're making some change here, but it does feel that we're not fully seizing the opportunity before us. It feels like the potential for risk and the potential for risk to impede city operations is getting in the way of setting policy that fully embraces the opportunity. The opportunity before us is for the city and its residents to work in partnership where common sense can prevail in making the best use of one of our greatest public assets, the right of way. And while I do respect that staff and my colleagues as well, many of us are aiming to be careful, it does feel that our concern over the potential for residents to make mistakes is possibly leading to a bigger mistake, which is to not seize the full opportunity before us. Specifically, it feels like the opportunities that we're missing are for increasing our biodiversity, for local food production, and for tree planting, all of which are established priorities for the city. So I just want to zero in on a few of those. On the subject of biodiversity and gardening, and this speaks to Councillor Johnson's motion on curb restrictions, I'm just going to provide an example of why I think we need to move past this culture of restrictions. In my ward last week, a resident emailed me to let me know that her naturalized garden, which she had been working on for years, it had been mowed down to the ground by a resident across the street without their permission. And I think that one reason that this kind of thing happens is because we've established a culture where the greenest, best manicured lawn, which is the least environmentally sound option, is the ideal that suburban residents should strive for, and then to be bothered by and even antagonistic towards anything otherwise. So that's just one reason why I'll be supporting Councillor Johnson's motion to allow gardening right up to the right of way on properties without a curb, because this does also affect much of my ward. And I don't wish to prevent tens of thousands of my residents from getting on board with Team Ottawa and from, achieving the potential benefits here should they desire. On the subject of height restrictions, not to reiterate what we just discussed, but I am trusting that bylaw is going to be exercising all of the discretion at their disposal to only ever enforce this new restriction in cases where there's a genuine risk to safety. On the subject of food production on the right of way, so I just want to zero in on this a little bit. This is a big one for me. So I can understand that there are some concerns based on what we don't yet know that may be delaying any action that we take on allowing food production in the right of way. I also understand from the conversations that I've had with you that staff is open to the potential for revisiting this question, but that I believe Ottawa Public Health and or Health Ontario we're waiting on some information. So although I think you just addressed this matter a little bit, can you please elaborate on what is the information that we are waiting on?
Yeah, for sure, Councillor. And through the chair, again, just reiterating the timelines. So we do not currently know the timelines from Public Health Ontario. And as Councillor Kitts alluded to, we will be reaching back out to Public Health Ontario to verify those timelines, and we'll report back once we have that information. And I do have a statement here from Ottawa Public Health as well that I can read in addition to what I presented earlier. So I'll share that with the chair and the group now. Ottawa Public Health staff has reviewed the pros and cons of growing consumables, e.g. produce such as fruits and vegetables on city right-of-way lands. It did not easily find any evidence base for making a decision to support a position to either permit or discourage this activity. As such, we have requested Public Health Ontario, an agency that provides scientific evidence and expert guidance that shapes policies and practices for a healthier Ontario, to undertake a scan of other municipal positions on growing consumables in right-of-way lands and determine if these decisions were evidence-based, which as such could inform risks and benefits for the City of Ottawa use and care of roads bylaw. It may be that no evidence is available to quantify risks and benefits. However, this scan can only assist Ottawa residents and decision makers as this activity is considered.
Okay, thank you. So as I understand it, Ottawa Public Health doesn't have a stand for or against just yet, waiting on the province. Based on your understanding of the back and forth and the timeline, does this mean that within this term, there'd likely be an opportunity for us to revisit the question of growing food on the right of way?
Chair, the short answer to that is yes. And staff will be coming back to address this issue based on the information that we do receive from Public Health Ontario before the end of Q2 next year.
So what will you be bringing back before Q2 of next year?
A revisiting of the issue of whether or not the prohibition on food should remain or whether it should be opened up in the bylaw based on the information we receive from Public Health Ontario.
Fantastic. A lot of things happened the last half hour. Because so that bypasses my other question. So because I was going to be asking of whether or not you could bring such a timeline for this revisitation to next council. Thank you for your busyness over the last 20 minutes. Does that mean that we can, would you take a direction from committee, however that works? Could we commit to a revisitation of this policy of food production by that date? Can we put that into the recommendation right now? Would you take that direction?
We would take that direction, yes.
Hey, we got a direction. Because I love having a firm deadline. I love that. I think food production is an important issue. I am very, very happy with the fact that in your presentation, you referred to being open to review. Thank you for whatever happened over the last 20 minutes. So does that mean that the recommendation is amended in the thingy? No, Kate saying no. So what do we need to do?
Mr. Chair, my understanding is staff has agreed to take as a direction to report back by that date. To amend the recommendation require an amending motion. I may suggest, Chair, if the member wants to work with staff before this rises to council to propose such an amendment, that would be an option.
Great. And what was that timeline again? Forgive me. I wasn't expecting it.
Before the end of Q2 2024.
Great. Thank you very much. I'll gladly work with staff on that. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Good job, Councillor. So still on first round, we have Lane Johnson, and then Councillor Gower will skip you and go to Councillor Luloff, Kitts, and right back to you again. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you to the chair and the committee for indulging me with 3 motions today. And I really want to, commend staff. They worked with our office extensively to get us to this point. And so I truly believe that staff are doing what it is that is appropriate for staff to do. They have consulted with many departments. They have brought together those departments' recommendations in a report that comes to committee. And then it is up to us to review sort of the sum of all these parts and do a check as to whether or not this would work for residents. And in this case, of the 3 motions, 2 are not staff supported, but I would like to make my case as to why we should have support around the table today. So I have put forward a couple slides. If we could get those pulled up, that would be tremendous. But as it says in my motion, in the outer urban ward, we do have residents who have a curb, a raised curb. We also have residents that are on the shoulder, and we have residents in between where they have, what is not actually a curb, but looks a lot like a curb, but it's not raised. So it doesn't count in this example. So here I have one of a little free library, which you can see is encroaching on the restriction. If I can go to the next slide, please. Here I have, a garden that is coming up to the shoulder. So again, would not currently meet the restrictions proposed. And may I have the final slide, please? Again, so here's a ground cover that's coming up to what is a curb, but not a curb. And so in that case, again, we wouldn't be meeting the current criteria. So what I'm trying to demonstrate with these slides is that we do have people who are participating actively in the beautification and naturalization of their spaces. And so far we have not created any or received any conflicts. Especially with respect to the Little Free Library one. I think within the report, having this letter of acknowledgement for those who are participating in the program, to have that relationship with the City of Ottawa, to understand the guidelines and the requests by the City of Ottawa with that library, we actually are establishing a relationship with these people. And I might suggest, in fact, this letter of acknowledgement could be a very cool way to create a map of all the Little Free Libraries in the city. We could have a network of Little Free Libraries. We could have, holiday decorating contests for Little Free Libraries. Heaven forbid that's more stuff there, but take my point, right? So we've got this opportunity for us to be able to enjoy these little free libraries. The reason why I'm putting it from 1 meter setback to 0.5 meter, which I know is fussy feeling, and I know we're not intending to make policy by yardstick, but I do believe there's a difference in being able to reach the little free library from the street versus having to step onto someone's property or perceived property in this case. And I do believe that we will have greater uptake if you are able to reach it from the street, especially for those who have mobility challenges. And perhaps those who are racialized, who don't want to get onto other people's properties without permission. Like there's all sorts of reasons why people won't feel comfortable to do this. So just having that difference of restriction would be great. And again, I don't believe that it is the intention of this report to suddenly make those libraries that do exist out of bounds. We understand from staff that you will not be enforcing this. These will be guidelines. And I appreciate that. But what my concern is that we do have neighbors who can then, call in on other neighbors. And I, as a counselor, will have to explain to residents of College Ward that some of their gardens are okay and some of their gardens will have to be maintained as grass. And I think we can all agree that that is not really the position that we want to be put in. I want to know that we have one clear, strong message as a city. The right of way does not belong to you. That's it. That's the message. And anything that you do in that right of way is at your own risk, period. Because right now we have problems even with that, whether it's grass or otherwise, right? Like people come and they go, oh, Belle tore up my stuff and, rah. And it's going, no, it doesn't belong to you. The more we create this distinction and that distinction of what kind of curb you have, I think muddies the waters. I think the clear message is the right of way belongs to the city. It is at your own risk to do things within the right of way. And so both of my motions are part of that. When it comes to the parking thing, I appreciate that traffic services has said they would be concerned about narrowing the roadway. But when you look at the streets that are being affected by this, the fact that there is no sidewalk and only a shoulder gives the impression of a wide roadway. We have speeding complaints on these roads constantly. I am being told that parking on the street is in fact a traffic calming measure. And so I would suggest that those individuals in those neighborhoods are not considering a narrowing roadway to be part of the issue here. And we certainly wouldn't be saying, hey, if we tore out these gardens, we would have a much better parking situation on our street. We know that our parking issues are related to unreliable transit and to, increasing density in our homes through students who don't have better purpose-built rental housing. There's all sorts of different reasons that parking can be affected, but attributing it to the gardens, I just think is a bit of a fallacy. So again, I don't want to see a policy whereby we create existing out of bounds. That didn't come out right, but when we're letting people know that what they're already doing is now out of bounds, I don't want that as a politician. I don't think we want that for bylaw. I just want to create the simplest message: the right of way does not belong to you, and keep it at that. So thanks for the opportunity to sort of plead my case, and I hope very much to count on my members' support.
Great, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's been a great discussion today. I'm very pleased to hear so many delegations in support of the work that staff have done on this. I'm also very pleased to see the codification of little libraries. As somebody who cares really deeply about literacy and the promotion of intellectual freedom, I think that little libraries are awesome. Just a small request to people that have little libraries on their front lawn: just please don't jam them full of Diana Gabaldon and Danielle Steele. That's just a matter of taste and entirely subjective. But if you do find a book that you like, maybe pick up the rest of the series at the Ottawa Public Library. And if you run out of books, consider supporting the Friends of the Ottawa Public Library. I'll try to keep the bases of these as light as possible, though, and think of the poor workers that have to move them when they are working in the right of way. Perhaps that's something that staff can look at. And I'll end my commercial for the little libraries by letting you know that if it's out there, it's also in the Ottawa Public Library. So I think that these all sort of support each other. I do take some exception to some of the assertions that I heard today regarding planting trees in the right-of-way. In fact, the City of Ottawa will plant a tree for you for free in your right-of-way if it doesn't obstruct any of the utilities. They'll come by and they'll check utilities for you, and give you a free tree. And they in fact they give you a menu of trees that you can choose from. And many of these trees provide you with edible fruit. So this is a wonderful way to increase food security, tree coverage, combat climate change, and also soak up some of the excess water that comes down and doesn't overload municipal infrastructure on your right of way. I'm looking at my window at a tree that was planted by the City of Ottawa, Trees and Trust, and they always speak to my neighbors, perhaps who have lost them to the ash borer. I noticed that my daycare didn't have a tree on their front lawn in Gloucester Southgate Ward, around the corner from a little library, by the way. And they spoke with their neighbor, and within 3 weeks of them filling out the form on 311, there's a new tree planted on their front lawn. So there's lots of opportunity, with the city's help and completely free to have edibles growing in the right of way already under the Trees and Trust program. And I hope that, because we've had so much interest in this discussion today, that people log on to 311 and order a Tree and Trust if they don't already have one in their right of way. It goes to solving quite a few of the problems that I spoke about earlier. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Vice Chair Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Again, just as Chair of Ottawa Public Health, or the Board of Health, I do want to thank all the delegations that came out and spoke so passionately about consumable planting. Ottawa Public Health, of course, does support efforts to reduce food insecurity, but I do think it's a prudent approach to do a scan of other municipal positions. And now we have a timeline, which is great, and confirmation that it will come back to committee before long. So more discussion on that. So I am trying to understand the opposition to the motions we have in front of us. So with gardening all the way to the curb, you're concerned that it will prevent people from parking partially on the right of way, that would then reduce the width of the road and impede traffic flow. I'm understanding that correctly? That's part of it?
Through the chair, to a yes, I would qualify one statement by the councillor, and that is it doesn't necessarily reduce the road width. It just reduces the space available for parking. And the result of that is you have people parking more so on the asphalt roadway. And when they're parking that way, there's a risk that will then impact the flow of traffic. And by extension, if people are becoming concerned about the flow of traffic, there will be calls to remove the on-street parking as a result of that.
Okay.
So it's a knock-on effect, if you will.
Right. Okay. And because I'm thinking about my own road, which doesn't have a curb and it's very wide. So roads that do have sidewalks, are they typically less wide than roads that don't, or does it completely vary?
Forgive me, Chair, just to clarify, do you mean roads with curbs?
Well, yeah, curbs. Yes.
Okay.
Curbs, sorry.
Generally speaking,
curbs or sidewalks.
when you have a curb accounted for as part of the cross section of that road, the factoring of on-street parking has been taken into as part of the construction, where the curb delineates that extent. Where there is no curb, it's the reliance on the shoulder to allow vehicles to pull off a little bit in order to not block the flow of traffic through.
Okay, so there's a difference in width.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. And for the little libraries being closer to the road, I know you said it could impede city operations. Can you walk me through sort of a practical example of that? Like what is it that you're, maybe that's an Elaine question, but what operations would be impeded by the library being a bit closer?
Chair, there's probably a couple of areas. One is, and I wanted just to take a step back about the width issues, to be able to address Councillor Johnson's concern at the same time. When there's no curbs, basically the paved width is about 7 to 7.5 meters along the road. So we kind of rely on that shoulder for one, stability for the edge of the road. There's a parking issue, but there's also, that's often where people are actually walking, especially when there's no sidewalks, because typically if there's no curbs, more than likely there's also no sidewalks along that road. So it just allows that, frees up that space for that to take place. So we're trying to maintain as much accessibility as we can. Parking being one, but also basically accessibility, because we know that those areas where there's no sidewalks, that's the only safe place that people can walk on. So that's probably one of the main concern that we also have.
Okay. And then on the libraries.
Yeah, and that applies to libraries. Having the libraries too close, again, where there's no curbs, basically it means that we're pushing that library even closer to the travel portion of the road. So by trying to keep it a meter from the edge of the road, at least it clears up basically that shoulder space from the roads.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'll move on. So I do think we might want to think a little bit about more proactive communication, education for residents on this. You know, and this might already be in your plans, but giving counselors definitely a sort of a whole suite of communications. So to put in our newsletter, on our social media, leveraging City of Ottawa communications channels, because I do want residents to go into this sort of eyes wide open. And similarly, have we given any consideration to engaging with the landscaping industry? Because I think some of the strife could be avoided if, you know, you hire someone to do your landscaping and they say, oh, actually, did you know that these are the rules? I've certainly seen that when it comes to hardscaping. People assume that because they've hired a professional that they know all the rules, when that's not always the case. So is that something that you've looked at, or something that you'd be willing to maybe undertake?
Yeah, through the chair, our intent is to blast this out through every possible channel we have available to us, and to have those educational materials available as well, to your point, Councillor. And we'll certainly provide counselors with all of the suite of tools you'd mentioned as well, to help make this a success, because that's our intent. When it comes to the landscaping community, the short answer to the councillor's question is yes. We have looked at that engagement. We will continue to look at opportunities through the various organizations that those landscapers are part of, and different means of communicating that out, because admittedly, that's an issue not just with respect to gardening, but as you touched on when we talk about driveways.
Yeah.
And making sure that when those landscapers are working within the right of way, whether it's with respect to driveways and private approaches in particular, or landscaping on the soft portion of it, that they are aware of the rules, because there's a mutual benefit there.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay, I'll just conclude by saying thank you to staff. I appreciate we've put you in a bit of a tough position by wanting you to cut down on the lawlessness. I used that word last week on garbage. It's my new buzzword. Lots of lawlessness that we're cracking down on. But then, you know, of course, you give us rules, and then it feels, you know, like you're giving us too many rules and it's too bureaucratic. So I just wanted to thank you for your hard work. I don't think any of us want, you know, to be sending bylaw to crack down on people's, you know, flowers and their little libraries, which are beloved community amenities. So hopefully we can get to a good place. Thank you.
Great. First round, I noticed Councillor King's put his hand up.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I'd like to echo some of the sentiments that we've heard around the table. I'd like to thank Councillor Dudas, who's not here, who worked to bring this motion forward. And I know I worked in conjunction with her as we had residents in one of my neighborhoods, New Edinburgh, who experienced problems with bylaw conflict around gardening rules. So I think it's important that we move forward with clarification. I'd also like to thank the community groups that we heard from today, as well as for our Kids Ottawa Gatineau, for the collaborative work on this policy direction that they've taken, stemming from the work of Councillor Dudas and myself from last term, as well as Councillor Johnson for the amendments introduced to ensure that the city addresses the risk from invasive species, which we also heard was a concern from community groups, as well as for the gardening to the front of the curb. I think that that's actually a very important initiative. Importantly, I'd also like to thank staff. I mean, I know that your work has been more than 20 minutes. Frankly, we've been working for 20 months. Including on the issues around public health and food security. And, I'm also heartened by the fact that continuing work is being undertaken in a different venue on food security. So that's very important. And we're going to continue to work on that food security policy, which I'm sure will address other elements around community gardening. Why I'm so supportive of what we're seeing today is because it really does change the spirit of how we look at the use and care of roads bylaw. It's really a spirit of permissiveness, since the previous bylaw prohibited any alterations to the grass boulevard within the right of way. I think we have to remember that. So everything was illegal. Now we're looking at starting a new regime that allows, and that will ultimately, I think, will be able to be reflective of the different changes that we see that are needed, including food security, as we're going to examine with Ontario Public Health. So I think that's very important. The other element that I think is very important is that this is a non-permit option for residential gardening, which has fewer implications on staff resources. So I think it's very important to have a mechanism that is easier for residents to access. It's key to really note that the proposed bylaw amendments are also designed to minimize risks and liabilities for the city, but attempt to find balance where residents can be involved in gardening and act as community stewards of the right of way. And I think that's an important consideration as well. So I just want to really thank the work that council members of council, staff, the community has undertaken. I think it's very important because we see a lot of benefits. And I think that the benefits will include increased resident engagement, streamlined processes, efficient resource allocation, and alignment with best practices that we've been looking at from different municipalities and our policy goals. And I share the hope of bylaw that we see reduced calls and reduced complaints due to the implementation of a real policy. So I really want to thank, like I said, members of council, staff, and the community for their good work on this motion. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gower and then Councillor Johnson.
Thanks. Well said, Councillor King. This is hard. I was thinking next to maybe traffic safety issues related to right of way, maybe the number one source of inquiries into our office. Often it's just requests for information, but sometimes they come with conflicts as well, which can be challenging. And so this is tough to get the balance right. And I think this is a big step forward. Also thinking a lot of the issues raised are not necessarily properly in right-of-ways realm to solve, like around trees. I was asking before about trees. The question about whether or not residents should be able to plant trees is not on right-of-way staff, and it's not really specific to this report today, but it's a good question to ask at Environment Committee for our colleagues on Environment Committee when Trees and Trust comes back there. Also, at least one of the delegations mentioned fruit and nut trees, expanding the availability of those through Trees and Trust. We're not going to solve that through right away, but maybe that's something we can address at another committee or another policy. Having said all that, I'm going to dissent on this, not because I don't disagree, or not because I disagree with the broad terms, but I still have concerns about the restrictions for the type of roads that libraries are allowed on. I had a quick conference with staff during our questions, and I think we can resolve it. I just want to make sure we're considering everything from a traffic and from a parking and from a right-of-way perspective. So hopefully we can resolve that before council and I can vote 100%. But yeah, thank you staff for your work on this, and thanks delegations, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to wrap up. I'll keep my comments brief. I just want to reiterate that we have received a tremendous amount of correspondence on this file since it was first initiated, and the Engage Ottawa served very well. We were able to feed feedback back to the team over the course of the 4 weeks, and we got somewhere These motions are really, again, to further that those sentiments described by Councillor King today, that we do want to encourage more public participation and pride of place where people live. And I don't believe that that pride of place or that creativity should be limited by the kind of curb you have. I think that we do have certainly this recommendation before us with respect to parking. But I think in the grand scheme of things, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we are creating a regulation to prevent, parking conflicts where there currently are not. Mainly, really, people are just looking for increased vegetation where there are very few trees. We've had a lot of infill there. These are wide roads, and that visibility or that perceived wide road creates real speeding issues. So I think actually these gardens go a long way to creating more placemaking, slowing people down, giving neighbors the opportunity to connect with each other. And I really appreciate all of the constructive comments around the table today. And again, I very much hope I have your support. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, colleagues. And just before we go to the vote, I'll add my 2 cents. First of all, when Laura introduced this, it was actually to be able to, and Councillor King, it was because we saw the need to be able to add to our right of ways. And it's great that we've had a robust discussion about people want more and more and more. But I think this is a good first initial step, and staff have worked extremely hard on this. They're just presenting us what we asked for. They're coming back, and where they see concerns, they're expressing it to us. There's a few other situations over 13 years and a lot of gray hair where after every snow season, we get calls right now for grass being ripped up by snow plows, no fault of their own, and then we have to go back and reseed everything. I can only imagine if there's a garden. I know people, we can say it's their own responsibility, but we all know as counselors, you're going to get that phone call that says, fix this, you're my counselor. So for that reason, I won't be able to, unfortunately, support going right to the roadway. I do support the invasive species. You work very hard with staff on that. I think people are quite happy with that. And the little libraries, it's funny because when I was the former chair of the library board, it was all the buzz and there was questions about little libraries. I'm glad to see how far they progressed, but I also am wise enough to know, and it sounds like we're not going out like the Gestapo. We're not going to go say, take that down. Councillor Troster, you're too close to the roadway, but this is for educational and future little libraries to ensure that people don't ding their doors or they have problems with the streets. So I will not be supporting that as well. So I'm going to say for the invasive species, I think we're unanimous in support. So is that item carried? Great. The little library, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on this one. Committee coordinator.
Councillor Lulaw.
Mr. Chair, please, we've got several motions in front of us. Can you just remind us which motion this is, please?
Oh, thank you very much, Councillor Luloff. This is the little library's distance to the road edge. That's the
so
one.
This is a change. This is a change from the staff report, allowing it to be closer to the road's edge.
That's correct.
Councillor Lulaw.
No.
Councillor Dudas. Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Councillor Devine.
Yes.
Councillor Bradley.
Yes.
Councillor Troster.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
No.
Councillor DeRoche.
Yes.
Councillor Lowe.
Yes.
Vice Chair Kitts.
No.
And Chair Tierney.
No.
7-4. 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Great. So that will carry forward to council. The next one is related to the last Johnson motion is going right to the road's edge where there's no curbs that currently exist. I'll get the clerk to do the recorded vote.
Councillor Lulaw.
No.
Councillor Dudas. Councillor Gower.
Yes.
Counselor Johnson,
Yes.
Counselor Devine,
Yes.
Counselor Bradley,
Yes.
Counselor Troster,
Yes.
Counselor DeRuse,
No.
Counselor DeRush,
No.
Counselor Lowe,
Yes.
Vice Chair Kitts,
Yes.
and Chair Tierney.
No.
So that's 7 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you. And on the actual report itself, is that carried?
Carried.
And Councillor Kent, on Councillor Kitt's amending motion that we read at the beginning, the big long thing, is that carried?
Carried.
In the main motion?
Carried.
Carried. Great. Now, I have very little power as chair, but one thing I do have, I know Councillor Troster must leave soon for another obligation. So we're going to go directly to other business and we'll go back through the rest of the agenda. Councillor Troster, maybe you want to make mention of your motion and how hard you work with staff to modify the language so it's suitable for everybody.
That's great. Now, I believe this is a motion that requires suspension of the rules. Am I correct?
Is that at the will of committee? Correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So before I read the motion, many of you may have heard of the horrendous accident that happened at the corner of Gladstone in Rochester last Friday. At 7:45 a.m., a woman was on her bike and she was hit by a dump truck. She is thankfully alive, in critical condition, but she is stable and we are grateful for that. But then the next day, a woman named Nicole Grindel reached out to me, whose son, Jean-Pierre, he was 18 years old and 21 years ago, he was killed in the exact location, same intersection on a bicycle, almost the identical accident. Ever since I was elected, I've been asking, what are we doing about Gladstone? Because it is an incredibly dangerous road to cycle on. And I was really shocked to find out that not only is it a recommended cycling route, it's also the only stretch of Gladstone that is a designated truck route. So between Preston and Bronson is a truck route and a cycling route, and there's currently no protection whatsoever. So this morning, I know Councillor Devine joined me and many members of my community to demand cycling safety on Gladstone. And I'm really, really thankful to Chair Tierney and to city staff for working with me on this motion that seeks to immediately make fixes to the specific intersection. And that can be done quite readily and at fairly low cost. To reconsider that section of Gladstone as a truck route, it may not be something we can avoid, but I want to look into every other possible option. And then to empower staff to begin the feasibility study for possible bike lanes on Gladstone as soon as possible, rather than waiting, so that we can have a sense of what this project entails. Because Gladstone is a narrow road. As we know, the 14 is a very popular and important bus. There's seniors facilities, there's right-of-way issues with parking. So staff really need to take a look at what would be involved. Should we put a bike lane on Gladstone? And I'm just asking them to start that investigation work now so we know where we're at and can move the project forward in the future. So I'm very happy to read the motion, or I can just read the therefore be it resolved clauses. What do you say, Chair?
I think you've described it perfectly, and I think we'd be satisfied with the therefore be resolved clauses.
Okay. So therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to begin the feasibility study project from Percy Street to Corso Italia Station and report back to Transportation Committee as soon as is practicable, but no later than Q3, Q4 2024, with options to implement cycling facilities along Gladstone, taking into consideration elements such as, but not limited to, safety considerations for all road users, accessibility considerations, traffic signal operations, transit operations, and motor vehicle parking. And be it further resolved that staff review the impacts of removing Gladstone Avenue between Preston Street and Bronson Avenue from the designated truck route network. And be it further resolved that staff review short-term options to improve cycling safety at the Gladstone and Rochester intersection, including but not limited to signal timing, signage, and or pavement marking changes, and implement enhancements as soon as practicable. Thank you.
Great. Looking around the committee, there's no hands on this motion. Is this motion carried?
Carried, Chair.
Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you, Councillor Troster, for your hard work on this one and working with staff again. So we'll go back to the regularly scheduled agenda. We have no in-camera items. We have the IPD, and as we already had our Barnsdale Road presentation. I think we're up to date on that. Notice is a motion for consideration at a subsequent meeting. Councillor Lowe, did you want to present your motion?
Yeah, so there are a lot of whereases, and I won't give you the tour of the ward through that method. So in summary, there is a left turning, there is a bus only left turn lane from westbound Strander Drive into the Nepean Woods Park and Ride. And the issue right now is, so one, Nepean Woods is obscenely underused due to its location, due to surrounding area park and rides with higher capacity and better transit service. So one of the transit priority measures there actually introduces conflicts in traffic movements, and has been, which have been there since 2015, since the signal was introduced. So this motion aims to close the exclusive bus lane and remove the traffic priority signal so that all the left turning traffic gets combined into one lane to eliminate those conflicts. So therefore be it resolved that the exclusive bus only left turning lane into the Nepean Woods Park and Ride on the westbound Strandherd Drive onto Crestway Drive be decommissioned until transit and traffic warrant its re-implementation. Be it further resolved, the exclusive bus only left turn lane into the Nepean Woods Park and Ride on the westbound Strandherd Drive onto Crestway Drive be hatched off by appropriate road markings, leaving only one left turning lane, thereby combining all west to south left turning traffic to a single left turn lane. And be it further resolved, the exclusive bus only left turning lane overhead reserved bus lane sign and the priority signal heads be removed, including for redeployment to another location requiring their use.
Great, so we'll deal with that at the next meeting. We're going to now go to inquiries. Councillor Brown's on the line. If you wanted to go ahead and read in your inquiry. There you go, Councillor Brown.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'll speak quickly. I know it's been a long day for committee. Many of the fastest growing communities in Ottawa are in villages in the rural areas of the city. Many large warehouses and other businesses have begun operating in the south end of the city. This growth has led to increased commercial vehicle activity, particularly in the form of large transport trucks. Despite the significant degree of change in use patterns, these trucks navigate on designated routes, which have not been comprehensively reviewed in many years. The last time in which comprehensive work was done to assess the city's truck route network was in 2005. However, even this process was not a full truck route review. Instead, it was a process of harmonization following amalgamation. This means that the amalgamated city of Ottawa has, in effect, never had a comprehensive truck route review. This has led to serious challenges for many communities. Truck traffic has been routinely identified by residents as a major impediment to community well-being in Ottawa's rural villages. This is perhaps especially true in Manotick. When excessive numbers of large vehicles transit local streets, there are major impacts related to business development, climate change, health, equity, and other concerns of high importance to the city that merit regular study. Moreover, truck traffic in rural villages was identified many times as part of the As We Heard It reports that staff produced in support of the updated transportation master plan. The major and acute issue in the city's south end is a limited number of bridge crossings over the Rideau River. This has led to a significant and disproportionate increase in truck traffic pressures on very specific roads at and around bridges. Policy 10 of the Transportation Master Plans discusses the city's approach to conducting a truck route network review. The direction which Council has approved is that the city's truck route network will be updated following the implementation of solutions to address interprovincial truck traffic in the downtown. However, this does not account for the increase in truck traffic in the city's south end, nor does it account for the increased traffic impacts on residents in those communities. With that information in mind, can staff provide their advice as to the following questions? Number one, what measures would be necessary to remove Manotick Main Street between Bank Field and Century and Bridge Street between Manotick Main Street and River Road from the city's truck route network? What would be the costs, staffing requirements, timelines, benefits, and drawbacks associated with conducting a comprehensive review of the city's truck route network prior to implementation of solutions to address interprovincial truck traffic? And three, by way of comparison, what would be the costs, staffing requirements, timelines, benefits, and drawbacks associated with conducting a limited review of truck routes in the city's south end with a focus on where the truck routes interact with bridges across the Rideau River? Thank you very much, Chair, and I appreciate the committee's time and certainly the support I've received from staff in drafting this inquiry.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. On to our next inquiry, Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Chair. Council has approved a warranting process for the installation of always stop controls in addition to a screening and selection process for the implementation of pedestrian crossovers. Prior to proceeding with the installation of AWSC or PXOs, what are the considerations related to pedestrian accessibility and to requirements of the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act 2005? How does meeting AODA requirements impact the existing council-approved policies?
Great. Thank you, Councillor Gower. We'll go to, I actually have an inquiry. The Queen Elizabeth driveway is a critical link to the city's transportation network, spanning from Laurier Avenue to Preston Street. The driveway connects Ottawa's downtown core with nearby residential neighborhoods and also hosts morning and afternoon commuters due to the connection to Prince of Wales Drive and communities in the south of the city. Over the summer of 2022, from Canada Day to Labor Day, the National Capital Commission closed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, the Queen Elizabeth north of 5th Avenue and regular traffic in favor of active transportation. Historically, there are approximately 10,000 vehicles that travel on Queen Elizabeth driveway in the area of 5th Avenue. With the closure in place, these motorists had to use alternative routes to complete their travels. Once again, in 2023, the National Capital Commission plans to close the Queen Elizabeth driveway north of 5th Avenue 7 days a week from 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. from Canada Day to Labor Day. As a result of these closures, the City of Ottawa collected traffic volumes pre and post closure in 2022. Can staff prepare a response for September's Transportation Committee meeting that will provide information on traffic, pedestrian, cycling volumes with the closures in place, and also provide details of the impacts to the closure on adjacent residential communities south of the Victoria Bridge and emergency services? Thank you. The next inquiry is Councillor DeRoche.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Does the National Capital Commission's unilateral decision to change the transportation status of Queen Elizabeth Drive impact the City of Ottawa's legal obligation to winter maintain the federal roadway in perpetuity, as is the current pre-amalgamation legal agreement? Can city staff further advise what, if any, legal or operational impacts the NCC's decision may have on the City of Ottawa? This examination would include how such a move may affect the city's existing legal obligation to maintain this federal roadway and associated assets in perpetuity in accordance with the pre-amalgamation agreement to do so. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And I believe that's all of our inquiries. I can't believe it. I'm looking here. Inquiries, other business. We're moving on to adjournment. I want to thank everyone for helping me contain this goat rodeo today. But we got through it and we had some great discussions. Our next meeting will be tentatively scheduled for August 24th, 2023. Meeting adjourned.